50K, 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 50K.
Holy Christ. 50K! 50K! You know, I remember when I first hit 50,000 subs on my main channel, on ye old Digibro, known at the time as Digibrony. I rolled the clip from the 50K announcement video at the start of this one. It was a huge celebration. It was crazy. 50K seemed like the biggest number in the world at the time. And obviously that channel is much larger, but this channel hitting 50K is a big deal in a totally different way. Because that channel was crafted to try to get a lot of subscribers. Like, the idea of the Digibro channel was to make a career making videos. Every video is carefully planned and, you know, made to be appealing, well edited, pretty looking, nice thumbnails, attractive concepts and ideas. I try to keep it relatively clean. There's not a whole lot of weird bullshit on it. This channel was made specifically for the opposite purpose. This channel was made just to be a bunch of weird random bullshit that I couldn't put on the main channel. Now, if you've been around since the very beginning, then you'd know that originally the Digibro channel was a My Little Pony review channel. For some reason, that was a thing that was that people did at a time, including myself. I was using it as a springboard, hoping to eventually get into video game analysis. That never happened. Somehow I became the anime guy. I mean, I already was beforehand, but people didn't know that at the time. And this channel, Digibro After Dark, was meant to explore elements of the pony fandom that I thought were less like accessible. Like, the main channel was meant to be like this very tidy, family-friendly, sort of cutesy channel, even though it did have swearing on it eventually, because I stopped caring as much. But then the After Dark channel was like a bunch of weird, like, deeper fandom analytical kind of stuff. And then eventually it became that After Dark was just like a place for podcasts and like less edited stuff and just stuff that didn't feel right for the main channel, which is kind of still the case. But like, I had kind of a hardline policy with this channel that there should be no restriction on what could be posted here. And like, and that's grown even more over time. Like, I have even less restriction, because for a while I have this old channel called Modal Hassol Productions. Good luck spelling that. And that's the channel I started with on YouTube. It's been around since 2007, so getting close to its 10th anniversary. And that one was just a bunch of random shit. It was just stuff that I made back in the day. And it used to be that if I made something like a music video for one of my songs, I'd post it over there, because I thought, you know, no, even on Digibro After Dark, no one's going to care about this stuff. But eventually I just was like, everything goes here. It doesn't fucking matter what it is, you know? I used to have a separate vlogging channel for anime. Digi does anime. Dead. All the other channels are dead. It's either good enough for Digibro, or it's not good enough for Digibro, and it's on Digibro After Dark. The only thing that's not on here is the Let's Play show Digibros, and the podcast that I do on the Procrastinators, because the Procrastinators is a group show, and Digibros posts every single day when it's actually active. So, you know, anything that's not on the other 3 channels is on this channel. But it's crazy to me that a channel like this that I've taken no precaution on, that it's just been whatever the hell I want to post here gets posted, no fucking thumbnails, no attempts at making it, like, there's a ton of videos on this channel that could easily have 10 times the views that they do if I just gave it an attractive thumbnail and a title. But I didn't ever want it to be about that. And I mean, there are a few videos where I deliberately did that, and they do have 10 times as many views. Like that Ghost in the Shell one that I did recently, just because I knew it would get 100,000 views if I just put a thumbnail on it and gave it a catchy title. It was hilarious. And it worked. It's got almost 100,000 views. For no reason. I threw it together in like 2 hours. But like, most of this channel is not about that. It's never been about growth. It's never been about trying to bring people here, to get people to look at it. It's always been about, like, just, you know, putting my stuff out there that, and just, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. You know, take it or leave it. Stay or leave, and 50,000 people have stayed, and that's fucking crazy because, I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff on here, and I could see, I'm sure there's some people who subscribe because they want to hear me talk about anime, and they just ignore all the other bullshit. You know, it's not like everyone's watching every video on here. Certainly the mailbags aren't getting all that many views, or the music videos, but the fact that those things haven't scared people off, that there's people who are willing to subscribe even with this like onslaught of ridiculous bullshit that I post, with the terrible lighting and the terrible microphone quality that this video is gonna have because I got this new fucking phone that's microphones on the other side of the camera and it records all wrong and I have to only use the left channel audio and it sounds like garbage. In spite of all that, people are still subscribing to this channel. And that means a lot to me, because what it says to me is that, like, I'm worth it, not just the content, like, not just the anime. You know, like, the main channel is about anime. I don't think everyone who subscribes to it is there just because it's me. They're there because it's me talking about something they already care about. But this channel, I don't think you'd subscribe to this unless you like me and my content, you know, regardless of what it is. I mean, not all of it's going to be interesting to you, but, you know, you were willing to accept that it exists and that I would make that stuff. And you're willing to accept that most of the time I'm a guy in sunglasses indoors with a giant beard and a bathrobe on half the time and hair that I clearly haven't brushed, holding a beer, a strong beer, you know, drunk, screaming, doing a fucking Gilbert Gottfried impression or something as I yell about a video game. Making rap videos, rap music videos, where I say the word nigga 300 times or something. Like, this is all stuff that's on this channel. And somehow 50,000 people are subscribed to it. That's crazy to me. So yeah, this is mostly just the thoughts on 50K part of this video, but it would be boring if that was all this is. This is Digibro After Dark. You know, you guys are used to something a little bit more long and involving and ridiculous. So I'm just gonna throw a bunch of parts in here. Maybe the next one will be a Q&A, or there's gonna be a Q&A in this video somewhere. If I get drunk enough, maybe this will turn into an insomnia analysis. I mean, you know, this channel is called Digibro After Dark. Usually it's during dark that I film it, but this is one of those rare instances where it is in fact after dark. It's almost 9 in the morning. I don't know when I woke up. And I probably can't go anywhere because I've been drinking. So who knows where this is going to go. Alright, so like 15-20 minutes ago I put up on Reddit and then linked to on Twitter a request for questions for this. I said, ask me anything, especially stuff you'd want to know on the After Dark channel. Rather than wait for a bunch of questions to come in, I'm just going to fucking answer them as they show up. There's already like 10 in here. And the first question is exactly what I thought the first question was going to be. What kind of porn are you into, if any? Go into as little or as much detail as you want. What do you mean by if any? Who is not into any porn? Find me this person. I don't believe you. I actually have a friend who doesn't even jack off and still watches porn just because he thinks it's funny. By the way, I vape now. Don't know if that's come up. Anyway, I mean, a lot of it. I mean, how about I just tell you the websites I use? I use X-Hentai for my anime, for my manga porn needs. I usually just go through the front page until I find something I like, and then tab a bunch of stuff I like over and read all that, and then occasionally favorite some stuff. I'm all about art style. For me, the only thing I can be attracted to is something that is drawn extremely well. Like, it's not about, like, it's not so much about the body types or the fetishes or whatever. I really don't care what it's about. I probably won't even read it. Like, I don't read the dialogue and stuff. I don't care if it's in English or not. It's just the art style that matters to me. Gelboru is a great place to find animated GIFs. Anime Stigma, for hentai stuff, though it's not very complete, and you can just Google the name of a show if you're looking for something specific. For live action stuff, I go between different sites, but I usually just go to tblop.com, which is the big list of porn, which is just a gigantic aggregator of, like, every porn site on the internet. And I'll just go through, like, the stuff that's in the video tab, like, the different video sites, and just glance through them to see what kind of stuff. Usually look for Asian stuff, or whatever. And then there's also, like, a shit ton of subreddits, and I'll just open up a bunch of cool sounding subreddits and check them out. So that's all the porn I like. I should have known these were all going to be sex questions. What are the best anime you've seen that use sex in either a mature or important for the story way? Mature or important way? I mean, there's lots... I think mature, when it comes to sex, just means not being fucking weird about it. Which, like... Interestingly enough, a lot of shoujo and josei stuff is just way more normal about sex. Like, I don't know what it is that stuff for girls tends to just, like, be outright about it. Like, if you watch, like, or read Nana, the characters just fuck. That's just a thing it's just totally normal. You know, like, in a lot of it is. In most of the dramas and stuff that are aimed at women. Whereas the stuff aimed at guys tends to be, like, weird and prudish about it. Like, either it's porn or it's just totally chaste and bizarre. And I don't entirely know why that is. I think it's partly cultural and partly just a weird thing. Like, just an anime thing. But... so I don't know if that really answers the question, but I can't think of any, like, specific examples. I just think that sex being used maturely just means not making such a big fucking deal about it. Alright, hey Digi, what are your favorite anime and video game soundtracks? Also, if YouTube and online streaming wasn't a thing, do you think you would still be blogging, or do you think you would have taken a different path in life? My favorite anime and game soundtracks. Let me get my list. Okay, so I'm not really the biggest soundtrack person. I'm not very into, like, orchestral instrumentation. I much prefer, like, rock, pop, and normal music. Like, I don't know why. I'm just not into the style of orchestral music at all. It's like the genre I have. The cat wants to get out. Hold on. Where's she at? You see this? You see this? All the time. Constantly. Often when I'm in the middle of doing something. Where does she want to go? Look. She went to the right, which means she probably doesn't want to go outside. She probably wants something else. All the time. Clockwork. She constantly wants to go in or out or wherever. Pain in the ass. So as I was saying, not that into soundtrack music when it's more orchestral. I more prefer soundtracks that are... Now there's a plane. I more prefer soundtracks that are like... that are a little bit more experimental or out there or sound more like normal-ish music. So I'm a huge fan of Yuki Kajiura. She's definitely my favorite soundtrack composer. Particularly for the Dot Hack Sign OST. I think that's, like, probably far and away my favorite anime soundtrack. It's the only one that I, like, actually listen to semi-regularly like I would any other album. Just because it has so many great vocal songs on it. All the ones with Emily Bindiger. And then the first Kara no Kyokai films soundtrack, I've also listened to countless times. That's one of my number one sleep aid soundtracks, like one of the things I listen to go to bed. It's also a great headache cure, I've found, to listen to that. It's just very soothing in an unsettling kind of way. And I also like the Petit Cosette soundtrack from her, though not nearly as much. Obviously a fan of Yoko Kanno, particularly the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack. So many fucking classic songs on there. Again, I mostly like more of the vocal stuff, the stuff that's like insert songs rather than just background music. And I really love her Arjuna soundtrack as well. A guy who I'm a huge fan of who I never see anyone talk about. I've never seen this dude's name mentioned by anyone but me. There's a guy called Yoshino Yuji who did the soundtrack for Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight and for Spice and Wolf. And I'm sure the Spice and Wolf OST is probably better known. It's phenomenal. I absolutely love that soundtrack. It is the most fun folk soundtrack ever. I'm huge into folk soundtracks. Like, that's quick way to my heart. Like the Arrietty soundtrack is another great one of a cool folk song one. And Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight as well is like, it's not as good as the Dot Hack Sign one, but it's full of really memorable, fun songs. I mean, it's not a very good show, so I understand why the soundtrack hasn't been talked about that much, but it is a really solid OST. Susumu Hirasawa with stuff like the Paranoia Agent soundtrack, Berserk, Paprika, all have amazing songs. I like Taku Iwasaki, who did the Katana Gatari and Gurren Lagann and Gatchaman Crowds OSTs. Don't like all of his stuff, but there's always like one or two songs per soundtrack that I'm super into. Like the Crowds song, Gatchaman! That song comes on when I'm in the car and I lose my shit and drive 1,000 miles an hour. It's the most fun ever. Now, one guy who does orchestral soundtracks that I do really like is Kaoru Wada. This guy is known for extremely dark, brooding, sinister, and evil-sounding music. My favorite being his soundtrack for Casshern Sins. He's best known for Inuyasha, and he also put together the soundtrack for Princess Tutu, which is mostly classical music, but or like ballet music. Tsuneo Imahori, who did the soundtracks for Trigun, Hajime no Ippo, and Gungrave, has this very, like, visceral noise rock style. He's probably the most experimental, like, in terms of, like, if you're someone who's into, like, experimental rock and noise and, like, weird-sounding music that exists, you know, that would be weird even for music fans, he applies that to anime soundtracks to great effect. Another guy who does more symphonic stuff who I'm okay with is Kenji Kawai. I really liked the Skycrawler soundtrack and the original Ghost in the Shell film. Not favorites, but they're pretty good. The Haibane Renmei soundtrack is really fantastic. That one has lots of really memorable, somber piano tunes and ethereal songs that stick with you forever. And then Teddy Lloyd, who did the Panty and Stocking soundtrack, which is fantastic, and he did the song for Me, 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 which I really love. So those would be all my favorite soundtrack composers, which I have a list of rather than a list of my favorite soundtracks directly. But, you know, I'd say that covers all the ones that I care about, really. This is Digi from the future who's editing this video. I totally forgot to list any video game soundtracks. I've always loved the Persona soundtracks, particularly Persona 3, because I had a disc of it and I'd listen to it all the time for a long time. Really love I love all the music from games like Zelda, though I don't really listen to the soundtracks for those games because they tend to have like lots of just atmospheric stuff and just the song's usually too short. Like, they don't really, like, have that looping quality that you would get from actually playing the game. Phantasy Star Online has a great soundtrack. I love the 90s electronica soundtracks in games like Bomberman Hero and Tetrasphere, which are really fun and cool. Metroid games. Really, any Nintendo games are going to have classic soundtracks that I've heard 1,000 remixes of over the years and shit. Toho soundtracks. All of them incredible. Castlevania. Love all the old Castlevania music. A bunch of fucking really catchy, memorable tunes. The Guilty Gear games all have really cool soundtracks. Definitely love some of the music from Katamari Damacy, some of the fucking weird-ass shit in that game. The Ragnarok Online soundtrack. Lots of great songs in that. You've probably heard me use the theme of Morok a bunch of times in videos on this channel. And Shade actually remixed it into the rap beat for the song Actualize. Sonic Adventure 2, how can you not? Undertale, great music. It's just like I was thinking of like stuff like Mega Man is like, well, everyone likes the music in Mega Man, you know, so is that even worth mentioning? Undertale is a game that's like that, but now, like, even though it's not an old nostalgia property, it's got that music that you're like, of course, everyone likes the music in Undertale, how can you not? I remember VVVVVV having some pretty great music. And yeah, that about does it for stuff I remember. As for whether or not I would still be blogging, I think so. I don't think I ever would have stopped. Like, I don't know what the hell I'd be doing right now if I didn't figure out I could make money through making videos and blogging. I feel like I would have found a way onto a website sometime. Because there was a long period where before I figured out that I could make money doing YouTube videos, I thought that I would try to apply to different, like, magazines and stuff. So I might have started writing for something else with maybe a more watered-down version of my style. I don't know if I would have been good enough to get a hookup in any of those kind of places, though. I don't know. It's really hard for me to imagine myself, like, working for someone, like, as opposed to working for myself. So I don't know. I'm sure I would have been blogging either way, though. Like, whether it was my job or not, I would have kept doing it. Considering I did it for nearly 10 years before it became my job. Hi Digi, I just started an anime analysis channel in Spanish, and while I know that consistency is key, should I just talk about the most popular anime so I get more attention, or maybe doing 2 videos a week would boost views because YouTube rewards that? I just want your opinion on the matter, thanks. This is a hard question because it's like really a matter of, are you doing it for your own personal enjoyment, or are you doing it for money? Because if you're just doing it to have fun and to make analysis videos, then just cover whatever's interesting to you and don't worry about it. Don't worry about how consistent you are or how big you get. You know, it doesn't matter. The only reason to worry about getting a big audience and being consistent is because you want to make money from it. And if you're determined to make money from it, then yeah, cover all the current shows, get out a video every week or every 2 weeks. Every week is like really kind of the minimum you should be going for if you want to ride the algorithm. Like 2 weeks is not good enough to really get in good with YouTube's algorithm. So you have the video out every week, make it about something people cared about, give it a catchy title, give it a catchy thumbnail, and you'll be good to go if your content's good enough to stand up under it all. Which means you have to be able to write well about things you don't necessarily care as much about, which is hard to do. Not something I've ever mastered, which is why I don't do a lot of that kind of content. You know, I'm much more into just covering whatever the fuck I want, very occasionally covering something current just to get a little boost, you know. So yeah, just ask yourself what you're really in it for, and that'll help. Will there ever be more comfy vlogs in the vein of A Summer Afternoon with Derek or Marcus Returns the Beckoning? So, very obscure question. This is referring to 2 videos on my old Modal Soul Productions channel, where I was just doing like these home video kind of things, where basically each of those videos was a result of one of my friends came home on leave, because 3 of my friends are in the military. 2 of them, when they came home on leave, I just filmed us hanging out for the time that they were there, and I just took all that footage and compiled it into a video and posted it on that channel. It wasn't really for an audience. It was really just for me to have for posterity. But it is possible. Like, I mean, these days I film way more vlog content, but a lot less trying to get other people into it, because I don't spend a lot of time with other people anymore. If I did another comfy vlog like that, it would probably be with actually, you know what? Radcon 2 will have comfy vlogs, because one of the Kickstarter backer rewards is that they get a comfy vlog, and I'm sure we'll release some more stuff from it. But yeah, if you're a Kickstarter backer, you'll get a comfy vlog for sure. What's your favorite album of all time? Also, do you have a Rate Your Music account? My favorite album of all time, like, because my current favorite albums would be like So It Goes by Rat King and Endless Fantasy by Anamanaguchi, but those haven't been up there that long. And Ex-Military by Death Grips. I've really loved Shinsei Kamate-chan's Tsumanne for a long time, but that's sort of waning with me. Actually, you know what? I'm going to answer this question somewhat unorthodoxly, because this is an album that has never been my number one favorite album, but it's been in my top 10 for 10 years. And it's the album Oceanic by the band Isis. It's a post-metal album. It's really fantastic, and I got into it in 2006, and when I look back through my whole history of like every favorites list I've made in the last 10 years, it's always been there. Like, it's never fallen far down my list of favorites, and still to this day, I still consider it one of my top 10 favorite albums. It's just like locked in there while everything else changes around it. So I'm going to go ahead and say Oceanic by Isis, which is a weird choice because it's never been my number one, or even in the top 5. And as for Rate Your Music, I don't use the site because I find it weird that, like, to me, listening to how do you quantify having listened to an album and then also scoring it? Like, to me, that's extremely weird because, like, there's tons and tons of albums that I've, like, listened to maybe half of it and didn't like it, so I dropped it. Should I mark that as listened and give it like a low score because I didn't like it? Or do I not consider that an album I've listened to? There's been plenty of albums that I have listened to all the way through once, years ago. I don't remember what happened in that album. Like, albums I listen to hundreds of times, and I would not feel comfortable giving a score to an album until I've heard it 50 times. Like, this is why I don't do, like, reviews of new music, because I don't really feel comfortable with my opinions of an album until I've, like, worn it into the ground, and I can really say, like, I understand every nuance of it, because yeah, I tend to listen to stuff, like, on repeat for weeks and shit before I, like, fully form an opinion. So Rate Your Music, the way that it does, for those who don't know, Rate Your Music is basically the My Anime list of music. But My Anime list, it's much easier for me to, like, watch a show and immediately compartmentalize, like, how much of it have I watched, did I complete it, what score do I give it? I can usually come up with a score immediately. Music, I cannot do that. I really don't feel like it's complete until I've heard it a fucking 1,000 times. So that's why I find Rate Your Music weird and I don't use it. I just don't see much value in contrast with every other medium. I have lists for, like, every medium of everything I've completed. I have a comics list, a TV shows list, a movies list, an anime list, all this shit. But to me, a list of albums I've finished seems totally not valuable. The only thing I would value is a list of my favorite albums. So yeah, that's just my take on that. What's your view on the objectivity of art? If you think that art is subjective, does that mean that all art is beyond criticism? What the hell are you talking about? Why would it being subjective make it beyond criticism? Also, I have 1,000 videos about how much I don't believe in objectivity. Go find the one called "Objectivity Doesn't Fucking Exist" in all caps. That one might give you the answer. Hey Digi, what's your favorite video uploaded on the After Dark channel? Mine is the Insomnia Analysis. Insomnia Analysis is tempting to pick because that was the one that, like, had the most like, vision behind it to be it's tailored to be an After Dark video. For those who don't know, the Insomnia Analysis videos, there's 2 of them. The first one being the much more popular and more, it's better. The second one's mostly just like a recap of a failed project I was working on. But they were based on Endless Jess, who has this series called Migraine Reviews, which he one time posted this, like, 20-minute terrible video, like, terrible but amazing at the same time. But it was this video called Migraine Reviews where he just, like, reviewed a whole bunch of random shit while he had a pulverizing headache, and most of the video is just, like, him dying, like, just him, like, rolling around on the ground, being in pain, and being like, fuck everything, I hate this life. And that was, like, the bulk of the video. And and he did a second, he did, like, 3, I think, And then I did a migraine review on the After Dark channel. I'm looking for it right now. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, he had Migraine Reviews, and then Migraine Reviews Pony Edition, which was on his Pony channel, which was amazing. And so I did my own migraine review called Migraine Reviews Digi Edition, where I just kind of copied his format and style and did my own version. And it's pretty good, but it still very much felt like it was in the shadow of, you know, Endless Jess's style. Like it was very me, but it was, you know, deliberately borrowing the techniques that he sort of used in his things. So I decided to create my own series that was basically the same thing, but like centered around stuff I would do. You know, rather than being a copy of what he would do, it's more about me and my sense of humor and my sense of like what would make a fun, interesting video. So I compiled Insomnia Analysis out of that. And then there was Insomnia Analysis 2, which was like a compilation of weird clips that I had laying around from this failed project. And then not long after making Insomnia Analysis 2 is when I started up the vlogs in like the way that they are now, where they come out fucking constantly. Before that point, it was not like that. So Insomnia Analysis is a very tempting choice, but I'm going to go through all these videos to make sure. Also, I'm not going to count Your Anime Sucks Sword Art Online Parts 3 and 4, or K-On! A Loving Thesis Parts 1 and 2, or even the Ponyo commentary, because all of those are practically main channel videos that were just hosted here because there was not room for them on the main channel for one reason or another. I really liked the old vlog I did called Why I Love Turned Down for What, which was like a thing I wanted to do more of, which was to take like pop songs that are like weird, that I find interesting. Like I really wanted to do an analysis of the song What Does the Fox Say back when that song first came out. But I never took advantage of it while it was relevant, and I should have done it because it would have been a huge thing. But I had like this whole analysis I wanted to do with that song, and then I did cover "Turn Down for What," which is another goofy pop song with a hilarious video, and it only has like 6,000 views, but the amount it had at the time was like a lot for my channel, so it was fairly successful, and I should have done more like it. Should have put like a thumbnail on it, and it probably would have got more popular. But I regret that I didn't do more of those like pop song analysis. I assure you I would if another big goofy song that I love came around again. My AMV of I the Swan set to Princess Tutu, it's not one of my favorite videos on the channel, but it was really the start of, I would say that was like, if anything, the start of the era of me just posting whatever I wanted on here, that like it didn't have to even make sense to anybody but me, because that was an AMV that I'd had the idea for like fucking in 2008, like when the album with that song on it came out. And it took me 7 years to finally, like, I wanted to make that AMV for 7 years, and I finally did it. It took no time. It took less than 30 minutes. Like, it's barely edited. I just really wanted it to exist. And I posted it, and everyone was just like, well, that's weird. Like, nobody really got it. And I've been so tempted to keep doing that, because there's a bunch of AMVs that I've had the idea for like a really long time. But that was the easiest one to do, and the one that made the most sense to me, and that I still wanted to exist. So I like that it's there, more so than I like the actual video itself. I really like Losing My Mind in a Room Full of Naked Anime Girls. That was the one that started this whole vlog chapter, and I love the idea of like running around my room and pointing at things and analyzing the things that are in my room. That's something I've like always wanted to do. It's always been like a vision of mine to like pull something off the shelf and review it, kind of thing, or point at something and review it. And I did the same thing in stuff like SAO and K-On! Bound by Blood. That's another video I really love, because it's just this weird, like, it's this video of me like running around my room going, the person who made this is the sister of the person who made this, you know? And there's a few more good examples of that. All My Posters Explained is a more recent one, or Have light novels and manga gotten overpriced in the US? That one was fun because I got to take a table and just lay out all my manga and light novels I bought recently and, like, you know, go through each one and pick it up and be like, this one's $15 and this one's $20. What's the deal with that? I really appreciate any video where I get to, like, actually use the things in my surroundings as part of the point I'm making. K-On! Defies the Moe anime look is another good example of that. Alright, probably my two favorite videos on the whole channel, like full stop, are Objectively Good Doesn't Fucking Exist and Anime Shit Now, because both of those were sort of like these big conclusive statements on things that I've been arguing about forever. Like the idea that, like, objectivity in reviews is useless and doesn't mean anything is something I've been, like, arguing about for nearly a decade, and I've gone through so many different versions of the exact speech I give in that video, and that was the one where I finally felt like I nailed it. Like, I said everything I wanted to say about it, and I never have to talk about it again. And anytime it gets brought up, I can just link back to that video and be done with it, you know? So that's a huge step there. And then Anime Shit Now, like, just this winding epic rant about, like, all of my problems with people who think that anime is shit now, you know, like, which is a huge argument I'm always having as well. And just again, it was like a getting it all out there kind of thing. And I've kept going on that subject more. Like, that's one that I do feel I can keep expanding on because I keep finding more and more, like, sources to bring up, like, older examples of stuff like that. But I really love those two videos. Those are probably my outright two favorites. I also, along those same lines, I love Random Drunk Ass Anime History episode 2 on cute girls, because that was a fun one that's like kind of the result of random research and just knowledge that I have. And for that matter, the portrayal of women in anime from 1991, which is just such a, like, a research project that has, like, no real conclusions and no real point, but it was such a, like, specific and interesting thing that was interesting just to me that, like, it's one of those things that could only happen because of the way I consume anime, because I decided to just, let's watch all the shows from 1991, and then, like, whoa, here's a weird trend I want to talk about, and I really love that is a thing that happened. I love the new God of War rant just because I did that stupid fucking voice the whole time, and I really loved doing it. Movie News Weekly, which is my brother Victor's video that he directed for, we posted it on my channel, and I fucking think it's hilarious. All of the Otakon vlogs were a lot of fun. Otaku workout training was a ton of fun. Me and Victor discussing Berserk, a, like, totally unexpected runaway success. Oh, hey, what do you know? I can now monetize the video. It finally doesn't have... I must have contested the copyright claim that was on it, so now that it already has 170,000 views that I could have made nearly $200 off of, now I can finally monetize it. How exciting! Yeah, unexpectedly successful video. That was pretty fun to do. Why SAO is better than Ass War was, like, one of the few examples of a, like, legitimate analysis on this channel that I thought was pretty solid. Bedroom Bedrock, posting the full album of that, and the music video for Humans Are Okay. No one can possibly appreciate how much I love that video. Like, it is my favorite thing ever, because that beat, Humans Are Okay, is a beat that Shade made that I thought was the greatest beat ever, and I listened to it like hundreds of times before I even rapped on it. Then I listened to hundreds of times after I rapped on it. Then we had the idea for the video, which was just going to be Shade doing all these little dances, because Shade has a tendency to do these weird little, like, micro dances all the time that are all totally different, and I was going to film like 40 of those and compile a video out of them. And then Victor, like, just wanted to film something because he has this fancy new camera, and so he just took Shade out to, like, to this place called the Pagoda in Norfolk, and he just, like, fucking just filmed him all day doing all these weird dances and made a video out of it. And I was like, this is, and the fucking outfit, that fucking outfit he's wearing, this, like, weird, slick, like, women's blazer with his headphones, and he's just dancing around, being super fucking adorable. It is the best video ever, ever made. I could watch it 1,000 times. I almost cried the first like 3 times I saw it because I liked it so much. What am I looking for in anime is pretty good. A drunken winding rant about Bathos is one that I really like, but I will probably update it eventually to talk more on that subject with like actual writing. Pokemon Trainer Chic. That's a recent favorite. Really would love to do more videos like that, and I'm super happy with how that one came out. I had a fucking blast doing it. I've been wanting to do like writing about just like cute anime outfits for a really long time, and I've been searching for ways to do it and having a really, really difficult time figuring out how to approach that, and that was the first real success I've had in doing so. Okay, that's enough sucking my own dick for like 5 minutes. Let's read the next question. I liked when you did the big video on your music taste and would be interested in hearing more of your opinions. Would you ever think of doing a music review segment, either big commercial releases or more obscure stuff you find on the internet and elsewhere? Yes, I want to do more music-based content. It's something that I've struggled for a long time with figuring out how to do it. I figured out through like the Life of Pablo rant and the video about why My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy is one of my favorite albums. Both of those were like, I thought they came out well. And I also did this analysis of the song Plenty of Girls in the Sea by MGMT where I analyzed the lyrics. All of them, my biggest problem is that I kind of stumble around so like somehow describing music is so hard for me. Like I really have to struggle to find the words, and like it feels like those videos are so much less confident than the videos I do about anime. But at least I got my thoughts on those things out there, and I'd like to do more like that. I am working on one particularly long one that is once again very stumbling and very like all over the place, but it's got a little bit more editing, and if people like it, I'll probably do more like it. I have no idea how it will be received, and it's fucking long, but we'll see about that. All right, that's it for this Q&A segment. Here's something. Okay, so here's a brief update on the layout of my room. You may remember I did that whole video where I rearranged my room, rearranging the Ota Cave as it was called. Here's where we've been playing Bomberman on Digibros lately. If you haven't been watching Digibros, we've been playing Bomberman on a CRT and filming it with the camera. So I used to have my vinyl collection here, and there was a bunch of books behind it that was like propping it up, and this Steely Dan CD collection. And I've got too many vinyls as well as too many comic books. I used to have my comic books stacked right here because I had bought like all the comics I had in like 2012, and I hadn't bought any new ones. So for a long time, it just felt like, well, here's my complete comic collection for this shelf. But recently, I started buying comics again, as well as I've bought too many vinyls. So I decided to move all that shit off of those shelves. As you can see, this shelf has just been overtaken with stuff that's just ended up here that hasn't found a place yet. I had a shelf that was the like stuff I'm currently buying shelf, and I brought that one downstairs to use on the set that we haven't been using for jack shit since RadCon, and really that shelf wasn't that necessary to the set anyway, so I'll probably bring that back upstairs. But anyways, these shelves used to have all of Victor's Gundams on them for a long time, and I finally got Victor to take his Gundams back and put them somewhere else because we have space for them in another room now. So in the meantime, I have put my vinyls here on these shelves, and then my comics and all of my Western novels. I've separated all the weeb shit into its own separate area, and then also I got out all the Shonen Jumps and all these shoujo beats that were sent to me by a fan. Because those have been in like an obscure drawer behind my bed for all this time. But I thought, they make a good shelf piece for my room as an anime guy. Hello, elated Arab gentleman. Yeah, this stuff's all fucking disorganized because the stupid cat keeps jumping up here and fucking with all my Nendoroids. And this table where I open mail is all fucked up. So it's not complete. Eventually I'm going to bring this shelf back. I'm going to probably fill in all the light novels and all these art books. I'll finally be able to spread out and show more of these art books. and that's how it's gonna change in the near future. While I'm on the subject of updates, here's a channel update. I never do these for this channel, oddly, even though it's like a vlog channel. Even then, nobody would watch updates probably, so I'll just sneak it in here. So, as you know, I've been doing I've had all these different shows about like watching random anime. There's the Board of Second Chances, which is where I watch shows that I previously dropped that fans told me to pick back up in comments. I'm putting that one on hold because I'm not that satisfied with how the videos are coming out or with the response to them. Like, I mean, I sometimes they can be fun. Like, I watched Vandred and it was a good time, though it wasn't like amazing. But like, you know, it's not like the shows aren't sometimes good. And it's nice to be able to finally like get out what I don't like about these shows. But most of the comments just end up being about the other shows that people want me to watch. Like, you know, like if people who haven't seen or who don't care about the show I'm talking about will just rattle on about the other shows that they're hoping I'm eventually going to get to. And I don't get a lot of comments actually pertaining to the show in question because people who actually like the show probably don't want to hear me, you know, ragging on it after watching 2 more episodes. And people who, you know, who don't like the show don't care and aren't going to watch the video. So, you know, it's not really getting the kind of response that I would like, and it's not that fun to do. It's usually me watching, you know, a show I'm probably not going to like because I dropped it in the first place. And most importantly, it's distracting from shit I should be finishing. Because I have a huge on hold list, and I have a huge amount of, you know, newer shows to get to that I think I will like. So this whole act of going back to watch stuff that I already dropped is just needlessly expanding the size of my already massive on hold list. And I was willing to deal with that in the beginning, but I don't think the videos are so great that they're making it worth it. So I'm gonna put that on hold. I'm also putting on hold random ass recommendations. I don't think anyone thought that was a series that would continue anyways. It only had one video like months ago, and I had filmed parts for a second one. I had filmed a reaction to like episode 1 of Bakuman, which I'm just gonna throw that up in my unreleased videos archive on Patreon, whatever. It's, you know, it's not much of anything. And then I had shot the dart and I was gonna watch another show and I just never got around to it. I watched the first episode, it was pretty good. Never got around to the next one. Who cares? Fuck that show. Canceled. Because again, it's just adding more shit on to my already massive backlog. I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea. So from now on, the shows I do that are about random shows are gonna be more stuff that's already on my on hold list or that I'm already trying to complete either for 2015 or 2016 so I can put together lists for those years of my top 10 or 20 or however many. So yeah, putting those on hold, expanding on stuff that's about randomly watching other things, which I already have a show I haven't launched yet that I've been filming segments for about getting through the on hold list. You'll see that before too long, I'm sure. Alright, why not answer more questions? What's your favorite album that came out this year? Well, you'll get a more detailed version of this answer and a more concrete choice when I do my inevitable Albums of the Year video. I do a list every year. I started doing them in videos as of last year, I think. Currently, my top contender is Scum with Boundaries by the ILYs, which is a side project of 2 of the members of Death Grips, who are my favorite band, who also had a good album this year. Has not been a great year for music for me personally, but I'll probably listen to like everything that ever came out before the end of the year. What's your favorite kind of sofa? That one. It's a good sofa. Jesus Christ, the burps. You said before there was a gap of time, I think you said 2012 in one of your videos, in which you didn't watch anime. Was there a cause for this, and what eventually got you back into it? Good question. So yeah, like, around the end of 2011 was sort of when I was in a phase of, I was watching certain current shows, and I wasn't doing a lot of backlog viewing for a while, and I just kind of wasn't finding a lot of new favorites. Like, I tend to get burned out on stuff when I feel like everything's that I'm watching is, like, okay. Which I recently had this, I mean, I've been in this mode kind of with anime lately, which is why I've been reading lots of comics and other stuff, because I've kind of gotten to where most of the new anime I watch is, like, at best a 7. And it's hard for me to find shows that I haven't seen before that are as exciting or new or fresh as, you know, one of my favorites. And I think I was kind of feeling that way in 2011. And then at the start of 2012, I was just kind of falling out with anime, and I was getting really into video games, as well as getting into the MLP fandom. And that's sort of what started that whole phase. Was like, it was like February 2012 when I discovered MLP, and I got like way into it. And I spent like 2 months consuming every single piece of fan content that existed at the time. Of MLP stuff. And then I got way into games and was like, I was fully intending to become a video games analyst, like for a good 6 months. Like all I was doing was playing tons of video games and like getting prepared to become a games analyst. And then I got all this video equipment and I was gonna make games analysis, and then I decided to test the equipment by adapting these MLP videos that I had, like these MLP scripts I'd written. Like, it was just stuff that was just analytical blog posts written for my blog. Like, they weren't meant to be anything serious. But the videos had such a good reception that I then got way into making MLP videos and did that for like all of 2013. So basically, from spring 2012 up through spring 2014, I was just like doing MLP stuff and video games for a while, and just wasn't watching anime at all. And because I had some distance between me and the anime community, I didn't really hear about what shows were good in that period. Like, I was now talking to a different crowd who, like, in 2013 were way into Attack on Titan. You know, I had tons of fans who were asking me my opinions on Sword Art Online, which are shows that would never have been talked about in the crowd that I was a part of before. The shows I probably would have heard about would have been stuff like Psycho Pass or Kill La Kill, you know, so I didn't get to those till much later. So 2014, at the start of the year, when I, you know, got back into doing anime content in a big way, it was just like me playing catch up on the last 2 years of anime, which it turns out were great years. 2013 in particular was a phenomenal year of anime. 2014 was also a phenomenal year. So it was kind of a good time to get back into it. And it helped a lot because I spent like a little while watching like nothing but 10 out of 10s. Like, it just so happens that I got way into sci-fi and cyberpunk and like watched Psycho Pass and Log Horizon and Kill La Kill and Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex all in like this really short span of time. I mean, I didn't come around on Kill La Kill as a 10 until later, but it was a beautiful time to get it. And Ponyo was around that era. Yeah, a lot of great shit all at once. Okay. Can you rename Digibros series with Devu or Ben to Devu Bros / Digibens? No. Has branching out to explore new mediums, such as comics, expanded or changed your views on the others you've dealt with, such as anime, music, and gaming? Not in a big way, except to say that comics have made me realize that if I had gotten into them when I was much younger, it's possible I would have not been as into anime. Like, that I would have been more into comics. Just because of or maybe not even that so much as that I would have probably tried to write comics. Because now that I've been reading them, there's such a weird... It's interesting that they're in my language, and it's like words that I would use, words that I would write, you know, and so many of the stories feel so much like ideas I used to have, and like, just my general style. And if I had found like more non-cape shit, you know, when I was younger, or just knew anything about comics as opposed to anime, it might have been easier for me to get into them. Like, I always just saw it as Batman and Superman and like the big ones. I didn't know about any of the other shit out there. So maybe if I had read some comics like The Sandman when I was like 16, then it probably would have put me into becoming more of a comic guy. But other than that, I wouldn't say it's really changed my perspective on anything else, other than to say that, like, it just makes the dichotomy between Japanese and American shit that much stronger, and it helps me to understand, like, what people who read comics feel when they read anime and why it seems so different to them, you know? I can definitely appreciate why people who grew up on comics would have a hard time getting into slice of life anime, because comics are so explosive at all times. Every chapter the world's gonna end or some crazy shit's gonna happen, whereas in manga, like, sometimes the whole chapter is like a character has the hiccups and that's kind of goofy, you know? Like, it's just a totally different world. Anime studios you think are overrated Western viewers. I think you mean by Western viewers. I mean, I don't know that any anime studio is over or underrated. I think if you have the opinion of an anime studio that, like, it's particularly amazing or terrible, usually it's based on some kind of uninformed bias. Like everyone knows Studio Dean is supposedly not great, right? Like, oh, Studio Dean, they're gonna make something look like shit. But there's so many good shows that Dean has made throughout their whole career. You know, like in the 90s, the stuff they made looked incredible. They launched the career of Mamoru Oshii. They did all his early work. They did Ranma back in the day, which looked great. They did the You're Under Arrest OVA, which was fucking goddamn beautiful in the late 90s, which I talked about recently on this channel. And when they do those shows that are ugly, they usually are still solid shows, and what's great is they'll do it forever. So they've got, like, they did all of Higurashi. What other studio would have done all of it? They did, like, so many different seasons of different shows. They're doing Rakugo and Konosuba and all these good things right now. And yet they're known for their reputation of doing shitty quality shows. And then on the flip side, you've got Madhouse, who is, like, known for the incredible quality of their shows, right? Oh my god, they just did One Punch Man. They've done so many classics that I mean, Madhouse has far and away done the most shows that I've loved out of any studio. But they've also done just, like, total schlot garbage, like, tons of it. They've done tons of shitty work, as much as any other studio, really. The only studio that I would personally find to be overrated is, of course, A1 Pictures. And I don't think that's just in the West. I think it's everywhere, because somehow, by some ridiculous black magic, by some insane planet-aligning coincidence, I have managed to not like any of their shows. And I think I'm the only person who feels that way. I don't think there's anyone else who doesn't like any A1 Picture shows of the last 5 years in the way that I don't like any A1 Picture shows of the last 5 years. So yeah, I think that's some kind of weird, unique anomaly for me. Alright, when you created Digi After Dark originally, did you think it might end up as this sort of vlogging/quick thoughts channel? I can't remember what it was created for originally, although I remember some early stuff was fanfiction reading, hypnosis, and music covers, but it's way different than that now. Yeah, vlogging was always something I felt weird about. Like, I mean, there were vlogs on this channel from the beginning, but they would come out very rarely, and they were usually about one pointed topic that I'd kind of go on about for about 20 minutes. And it was usually like I did a vlog when I really needed to get something off my chest, you know, and like, it was just because I didn't watch vlogs. Like, it wasn't a genre of YouTube I was familiar with. I just thought they were lazy. I just thought people did vlogs because they were like a lazy version of videos, like people who don't know how to write are doing vlogs kind of thing, you know. And I fancied myself a writer and wanted myself to be of a certain level of quality. So, like, this channel was more about, like, dumb shit that was like something I wanted to exist, but I didn't think anyone would like it, you know, so it would go on this channel. So, like, all my vlogs, I just thought no one will care about it, no one will like it, but, like, it was just something I really needed to talk about. But then when I got into a position where I started watching vlogs, thanks to, like, Max Landis and Endless Jess and other people like that, then it really totally opened up my perspective on what I would want from YouTube. You know, when Max Landis started putting out videos where he just, like, fucking opens up his MacBook and records with the camera built in with shitty audio and video, but like just whatever he's talking about is interesting to me, that was when I was like, I should be totally expanding the way I use vlogs. Demo on Plebe and Weeb when? Probably never, because I have only spoken to Demo like 2 or 3 times total. I doubt he would fly out here or have any interest. He doesn't seem to care about me or my videos very much. Like, I don't think he watches me or anything, so, I don't think he that's not a slag against me. I don't think he watches anybody, really. He doesn't seem to be interested in YouTube culture or the scene or anything like that. He's pretty, like, antisocial amongst YouTubers. Is there any chance you could start making comic blogs on After Dark? Probably yes, if I get enough into comics. I said this before in the Decompression Chamber videos, that, like, the reason I don't talk about them is because I don't like talking about things where I don't have a certain breadth of knowledge. I feel like if I get enough into comics that I, like, kind of understand the whole culture and everything about them and could talk about them without pissing people off constantly because I don't know anything, then I'll probably start talking about them. Do you like Vocaloid songs? If so, what are some of your favorites? Not really, but I do like the Meek Gazer album, which is like a shoegaze Miku album. It's pretty good. Hey Digi, you say you were really picky and analytical about nearly everything, and it's clear that this is also true to characters you're attracted to, the waifus. So, which do you think are personality or design traits that generally make you, for you, a cute and or attractive female character, or a cool and or attractive male character, if you will? List some characters that you think are these things, meeting or not these traits. Do a quick analysis of why you feel the way you do about them. If you could go in any more depth in the waifus PCP, it would be cool. Than in the waifus PCP. Well, I mean, I probably talked about most of the stuff there. I generally like things that are sort of surly and mature and without losing the edge of being cute. And like I tend to like girls with gruff voices. This also applies to real life, by the way. I like girls with gruff voices, smokers and drinkers, and people who are just chill and down for whatever. Tend to like more tomboyish girls, or ones who like. My favorite kind of waifu is one who can simultaneously look cute when she wants to, but also does not feel the need to, and will just do whatever she wants. Self-awareness is a big part. Like, that's why I can't stand, like, tsundere, as, like, I could never have a tsundere waifu, because they lack self-awareness. Like, inherently, in being tsundere is this unwillingness to admit your feelings, and I completely don't connect with that. I really like characters who are genuine and who can express their feelings well. Like, why I am so in love with the girl from I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying. She basically fits all of these criteria because she sort of knows what she wants and is very clear about it and is honest with her feelings to, you know, the extent before, like, you know, she can be embarrassed about it, but she never acts soon. She never, like, is in denial of her feelings and stuff, you know, and it's just sort of a casual, easygoing adult. So basically, just any character, judge their proximity to Kaoru from I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying. She is perfect. She is, to me, the absolutely perfect woman. She's everything I could ever want out of a waifu. The only reason she's not my number one waifu is A, that in the context of the story she's taken, and B, the show is very short, so I don't get to spend a lot of time with her. And I don't totally love the art style of the show. Like, everything about how she's constructed is attractive to me, but the actual drawings of her are not attractive because the show's art is so simplistic and kind of derpy looking, and I don't like the way they draw boobs. But otherwise, like, everything that she is what I would consider the perfect waifu, or just woman in real life. When are we going to get more of that Legend of Duo dub? Good question. I really want to finish it. I just have never gotten around to it. I think I had transcribed episode 3 and just never actually dubbed it. I probably should redo the first 2 episodes because I'm sure I did them with an older and shittier microphone. Not that it matters. It's Legend of Duo, so never mind. I don't know why I even suggested that. What would you do if the internet lost interest in anime analysis? I would fight to make them gain interest again. I don't know that the internet had interest in anime analysis until I came around. That's not fair. Anime analysis has been a big thing. That was true of the pony analysis back when I was doing that. Like, for me, though, I shouldn't say analysis, just what I do. Like, I don't think that I have ever gone out of my way to fill an existing niche. Like what I've done has never been to observe what people like and then try to do that. What I've done is just to do what I want to do and then try to get people to like that. So that's just what I'd continue doing, is do what I want and then try to make people care about it. And that's sort of always been my mission. What would you be doing if you somehow lost the ability to make analysis videos? Drink? Make more shitty music? Learn to produce for myself instead of relying. There's a lot of stuff I could be doing that I don't do just because it would take too much time. Go back to trying to write fiction would be fun. Try to put more effort into making music would be fun. Those are 2 things that I actually do. I just don't do them well because I'm not willing to spend time on them because I'm too busy doing analysis videos. Alright. Who are some of the best smaller anime YouTubers that everyone should check out, especially ones who may or may not also moderate subreddits and make unsubtle attempts at self-promotion? This was posted by Lachlan Still, who runs the YouTube channel The Pedantic Romantic, a small anime YouTube channel that you should check out. He's pretty alright. Other examples. Well, it depends on your definition of small. I think that, Best Guy Ever and My Japanese Animes are both criminally underrated channels. I mean, they have more than an average number of subs. They're around 10,000 apiece, but they deserve way, way, way more. Mumkey's Anime Reviews deserves more. The Canepa Effect deserves way more. For one that's as small, if not smaller, than The Pedantic Romantic, Craftsdwarf is pretty all right. Who else did I have on my list? I'm planning to eventually make a video about anime YouTubers everyone should watch, though some of the smaller ones probably wouldn't make it on there. But yeah, I guess those are the small ones who deserve more subs. Whatever. How would you describe your political views, anime boy? I've often said my political views align with Aberdolf Linkler, the character in Rick and Morty who is the combination of Adolf Hitler and Abraham Lincoln, because I can see it from every side, and I totally understand authoritarianism, and I think it would work. And then I also totally understand libertarianism, and I'm supportive of it because of the fact that it helps me. Because in a proper authoritarian dystopian society, I would get killed. Even though I think that would function beautifully, I would be killed because I would not function. I personally would not be, functional in it. The funny thing to me about people who hate, who read dystopian stories and think that those worlds are so terrible, it's only terrible because you weren't born into it, and because it goes against your values. But if you were born in that society and those were your values, you would love it. That's what makes Brave New World so good, which I read recently, where all the characters who are in the society are this is normal and they love it. And even though the book's trying to be satirical about it, I really thought that the most sympathetic characters were the ones who were just part of that world and lived there and loved it, The ones who kind of came off as total assholes were the ones who were going against the grain, people like me. So, I don't know if that answered your question at all. This is what happens when I talk about politics. It's just it's everything's macro. I don't have any opinions on any like minor shit. Other than like just let everybody do what they want. I guess libertarian in the short term. All right. This person is quoted, "Spraying life onto death. Man, that shit is so deep. Mind talking a bit about how the McDee's Party from Hell came about? Any plans to continue it? Also, Cider recently said he'd shoot you a link to a British panel show called QI. Did you check it out? It's all on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure Hippo's familiar with it." He did not link me it. God, I did not expect a question about the McDee's Party from Hell, which is like my favorite project that is incomplete and that no one has ever asked about ever in history. For those who don't know, on my SoundCloud, there is this 3-part song called The McDee's Party from Hell, which was a, when me and my friends first started listening to rap in like 2012 or 11, whenever it was, we got like into Death Grips and clipping and shit, and we put out the BC album. Like my brother Victor wrote all of the McDee's Party from Hell is written by Victor, and it's just this goofy, retarded, fucking extremely violent and crass and ridiculous song about him and me and 2 of our friends, like, who are a bunch of like psychotic gangsters going to a McDonald's and like murdering everyone inside and then having this big party, and then we get attacked by demons and Victor gets dragged down to hell. It's told from the perspective of Victor, but I do all the rapping because Victor can't rap. So he had written all these lyrics and I made all these beats. All the beats are a cappella. It's just me like making like and then like modifying it in Audacity and making beats out of it, and then rapping over it with Victor's lyrics. So there's 3 parts, and it's great. It's the stupidest thing ever, but I love it. But he just never wrote it was supposed to be 5 parts total, and he never wrote parts 4 and 5. So that's why it's never been continued. And at this point, it's so dated that parts 4 and 5 would sound completely different from the rest and be like totally weird if I made them now. But, you know, Trapped in the Closet continued after years of being dormant, so who knows? Alright. Are you ever going to continue your Dark Souls 2 series on Digibros? Because it was some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. No. There's actually at least 1 or 2, I think it's either 1 or 2 videos that I just didn't release from that because I thought it was so fucking bad that I just didn't continue. Because for those who haven't seen it, the Dark Souls 2 videos is just me bitching about Dark Souls 2 and how much I hate it. But my complaints very quickly become repetitive, and as of episode 5, I think, I have my brother Shade playing the game. And as I'm watching him play, he's very quickly, like, making it clear that I don't know shit about the game and that some of my complaints are totally unfounded, and that the real reason I hate the game is just because I hate the animation so much and I just hate the aesthetic of it. So like at some point it became like all my complaints just sound like pedantic, and Shade was so good at the game that he was just blasting through it, and he hates it. He hates the game, but it was blasting through it at this alarming rate, and I couldn't really comment on anything. It just got really bad. Fucking, you can hear that, right? Anyways, the videos were really bad, so there's some I just didn't put out because I was just so ashamed of them and of the series in general that I gave up on it. Digi, are you going to do something like your Halloween video back in the day? The one where you told us about Garzy's wing. I think something like that for Christmas would be cool. Okay, so the only reason that video exists is because in the month of October of 2014, I put out a video every single day all month because I made bets with like everyone I knew for money about whether or not I could do that. I was like, I bet you I could make a video every day for all of October, and I made bets against most of my friends, and I was determined to win. And so I did it. I succeeded, but towards the end of the month, it was like I was totally out of ideas and had nothing good to go on. So I just started making more like weird, stupid vlog type stuff. And one of them was just like, let's fucking talk about Garzey's Wing. And I'll just rant about how much I love Garzey's Wing for 20 minutes. And some people enjoyed it, I guess. But yeah, that's all. That's the only reason that it exists. So, if I were to do something like that again, it would be on this channel, obviously, which is where I do all my dumbass vlogs. I mean, arguably everything on this channel is just like that, so I'm not entirely sure what you're asking for, unless you just specifically mean a holiday video. I had a Halloween video planned for this year that me and Devu were going to do, but as the month went on, I became less enthusiastic about it and wanted to work on these other projects I had in mind, so it got put on the back burner. So maybe next Halloween I'll have a Halloween video about the same subject, but it won't be like the Garzey's Wing one. As for Christmas, I have no ideas for that, so probably not. That's it for this round of Q&A. Here's something else. Let's take a stroll through my pictures folder. We've got my 3x3s. I don't know. Is this one up to date? It looks up to date. About anime. Music, out of date, I think. Anime movies and OVAs. Western cartoons. Comics. Definitely out of date. Movies, out of date. Mangas. This one's current. Video games, way out of date. Web personalities, out of date. There's a picture that looks like a couple of characters from a book that I wrote 5 years ago. It might have an audiobook coming out soon. This is a picture of me, drawn by Munchie, Special Forces anime guru. This is my favorite panel of all time from Gantz, which you're meant to fill in something like for example, the first one I ever saw was him saying, "I just hate One Piece so much. It's the same island every time. You don't understand. Nobody understands." And then he just collapses on the floor crying. I just think this is the funniest shit ever. Any permutation of this. Oh, here's another Munchie. He drew himself as Munchlax and me as Snorlax. This is more 3x3 stuff. And the giant. This is how I created this giant 9-ball. It's like a bunch of different strips. Out-of-date album lists. What's he saying? "I'll spout simplistic opinions for hours on end, ridicule anyone who disagrees with me, and generally foster divisiveness, cynicism, and a lower level of public dialogue." One of the 4chan logos from Kevin. Oh my god! Yeah, that's me dressed as a fucking GameCube for Halloween. Yeah, motherfuckers. You know. Oh, here's Victor dressed as Shadow the Hedgehog, and Shade as a Dark Chow from Sonic Adventure 2. And I look so fucking satisfied with myself. One of my eyes is closed. I'm a fucking GameCube, dude. You better fucking believe this is real shit. Real stories of my actual life. 2002. Oh, man. Here's me in my favorite picture of myself that's ever occurred. And there's another me. There's the full version. Oh, this was the backdrop. If you remember in the Hunter x Hunter video, and then again in another video, like where there was a TV that the footage was playing on, and it was just a stock photo of a TV that was superimposed onto this picture of a section of my collection. But I didn't have a proper table, so I just used a TV tray. It's really stupid, but you know, I used it in a couple videos. This looks like, oh, this was our score at laser tag, where me and my friends all named ourselves after characters from Sword Art Online. Here's me as inside of my own face. Oh, this is an animation, but it's not playing right now. Oh, here's a great comic by Yoshitoshi Abe, the artist of Lane. Question: what does moe mean? Fuck if I know. Sure seems to be pretty popular around here, huh? But what the fuck is it? Short for money-making erotica or something? Is it profitable? Is it edible? What? So I tried looking into it. Moeru, sprout to begin to grow, give off shoots or buds. The plant sprouted early this year. Looks like it has something to do with growing. I tried taking statistics. Which of Abe's characters would you call Moe? Reki, Chiaki, Raka, Nia, Lane, Yoshinen, or Yoshi-san? So this must mean it's the mustache. Well then, go right ahead and moe. That is to say, all you guys, shave off your pubes and stick them on your faces. Yes, Yoshi-san is the most moe. Oh, here's that Lane wallpaper I went on and on about in the Aesthetic is Narrative video. And here's my old, one of my previous desktop backgrounds. You know what it is. Oh, this is just a template for doing this. For album ratings. It's way out of date. Oh, here's the giant Yamada wall. You start with, here. You start with Yamada, and then you've got, you know, Vampire Yamada, Space Yamada Mark II, every different kind of Yamada. You just got a million Yamadas, and then you got other characters, you know, you got Accelerator and all these different versions of Accelerator. This goes on forever. You just have to track this one down yourself. Oh, there's a Lane holding a Slowpoke. I like it. Hey, it's Moogie. Oh, oh my God. Oh, that's precious. Here's Moogie with what is this? NWA, it looks like. Oh, Ritsu looking saucy there. Oh, it's the same picture again. This is supposed to be animated, and so is this. Waifu color spectrum template. That's an animation. None of these are moving because they're in the... you know, offering me a sword, so that I might kill Bill with it. Good heavens, just look at the time. This is also meant to be animated. When sales focus too much on one show, it leads to the decline of the industry. And you can see Eva, K-On!, Madoka, and Sword Art Online. Oh, God. Yeah. 'Cause I feel... Tokiomi Tosaka. Activities and interests. Walking in circles, nonchalantly shaking wine glasses, sitting in dimly lit rooms watching candles burn, and boring Gilgamesh. Sounds accurate. Oh, here's a picture of Urobuchi Gen feeling up a 1/1 statue of his own character. Amazing. Oh, this is a fucking fantastic comic. Sir, it's dangerous in that direction. What's the matter, Takeuchi? Look over there. The ground was drawn on an animation cell. How many anime characters have died because they failed to recognize it? You did a great job. Thank you for finding it. Damn it. Damn, they did a really complicated sequence here. Incredible. I have no idea what that's from. There's my After Dark avatar. It's Rick with Ryuko's hair. Here's Mike's DeClassa taking a roller coaster ride through the hell that is Samurai Flamenco. Oh, that's what's his name from you know what it is. The Wolf of Osaka. It's a Kill La Kill. Well, here's just a bunch of comparisons of all of the batting styles of Shirobako characters to real life batters. Just cute This appears to be different coding languages personified as moe girls. I'm sure I just saved this because I intended to eventually collect all of the group of type thing made into moe girl pictures I could find. Oh man, this is old. One of the original Adult Swim bumps. Don't know why I saved that, but this looks like some kind of long copy pasta. Hey, this is a cool picture from Gunsmith Cats. Got a couple of those, because Minnie May is amazing. And it's from Kamichu. Here's just a Steven Universe meme. She's saying, your mom was so hot, Steven. Like, the hottest. A 9. Maybe a 10. This was from the era before it was as explicit that Pearl was just gay for, Steven's mom. Here's a slightly doctored screen cap from Ore Monogatari that fucking destroys me. This is the feels guy at a party, but it's the band Boris. I'm not gonna read through this because you won't get it unless you're a Boris fan. In which case you should track it down yourself. Here's some parodies of the cover of a David Bowie album. I've got a bunch of these feels guys. This is a template for this thing where you chart your tastes across different ages growing up. I saved some of these like weird esoteric ones that people made. And then here's Elaine. These are meant to be animated as well. Oh yes, the anime or the online discourse chart. You've got name calling, sounds like this. You're an asshat. Ad hominem, which attacks the characteristics or authority of the writer without addressing the substance of the argument. Responding to tone, which criticizes the tone of the writing without attacking the substance of the argument. Contradiction, which states the opposing case with little or no supporting evidence. Counter-argument, which contradicts and then backs it up with reasoning and or supporting evidence. A refutation, which finds the mistake and explains why it's mistaken and uses quotes. And of course, the smug anime face. The truest way to end any debate. A good example right there. This is fine. Here we've got the K-On! Girls, along with their, I believe this is the images of their voice actresses when they performed Fua Fua Time live on stage. Another Mugi. Here's a height comparison chart of all the PA Works girls. Interesting, just interesting stuff to look at. To realize that you tower over all of them, even if you're short like me. This just appears to be Yui holding the Leaning Tower of Pizza. This was a screen cap. I don't remember what anime this was from, but it was like he was saying that he had a hard drive full of anime, and it's like all these parodies of different shows. I thought it was really cool, so I saved it. There's just Nonon looking smug. You die if you work. I couldn't agree more. Lolly girl from Cinderella Girls. This is supposed to be animated, and he says, "My dick felt it. My dick." This is just a list of every single show by every studio between like 2004 and 2013. Just a helpful little reference to have. More of these. Oh yes, The Ultimate Temptation. A lolly tempting you into the car with beer and Pink Floyd. What could be more? What could be more? Oh, here's a drinking vodka lolly. This I saved because I could never remember the name of this album or artist, so I saved a picture of it so I'd remember. This is the most intense, crazy-ass, harsh noise shit on the fucking planet. Oh, it's Romelia biting her hat. This is a guide to... I believe this is a guide to watching/reading Medaka Box. This appears to be some kind of gigantic, like, monster lolly categorization list. Incredible. Here's the Kyoto Animation proof that their character designs don't look all the same image that I've used in some videos before. I happen to be an expert on this topic. Oh, here's a great fucking macro. All right. Anime then, anime less than, anime less than, anime now. What fuck happened? Why aren't our schoolgirls like toast with jam anymore? Let's take a closer look. Notice how she doesn't like toast. Tears, because she doesn't like the toast. Enjoys toast. Determined. Forgot jam, so a little shocked. Really fucking enjoys that toast. Toast enjoyment over anime's existence. Anime then, anime now. You can see there's a plateau, and then it just shrunk. As we can see, there's a steady drop in toast enjoyment over time, probably due to Japan's declining population, when suddenly a spike in toast enjoyment occurs with the release of K-On! In the early 2000s. This sounds good, but simply leads to the massive drop in toast enjoyment that will eventually lead to the eradication of toast in anime. This is not good. What can we do about this? The obvious solution is to buy anime DVDs, but also buy them in conjunction with your toast needs. That means when you order anime merchandise online, order toast at the same time. Stores take this into account and will tell the big anime studios that toast plus anime equals money. Toast will come back way into the mainstream media of anime and make a stunning comeback. Remember, you can make a difference. So yeah, if you want your toast, here's a bunch of every color palette of Kyoto Animation shows just for comparison. Good to have as a resource. This is not my anime harem. I didn't find the template, so I just saved somebody else's, but I haven't actually made mine yet. This is a collection of quotes from the author of Hidamari's sketch, where she reveals herself to be this, not only the biggest lesbian in the world, but also just, generally people watching girls and loving them. It's adorable, and I love it. This appears to be a Hideaki Anno quote about otaku. The University of A classes board. This is just a cute lolly. Is she from, this looks like it might be the lolly teacher from No Kome. Oh, yeah. Just discovered the internet and some dad chat rooms. Meet a really cool guy who knows everything about good music, barbecue, and the Super Bowl. We become good friends and he invites me over for beer, tells me to meet him in a park. Think it's kind of odd, but go with it. I've always wanted a real bro. When I get there, I see nothing but a group of little girls, but I stupidly don't turn back. One of them tells me that their daddy sent them to get me, and I should get in their van. Feeling a little nervous at this point, but don't know any better. The back of the van has no seats. It's just me and a bunch of lollies sitting around. Some of them snicker softly when they look at me, but there's nothing I can do. Eventually the van arrives somewhere quiet. I can't see where we are because no windows. The lollies advance on me. Forced head pats. Getting hugged from multiple directions. Don't know what's going on and start to cry. They start taking photos and tell me they'll show them to everyone if I don't do what they say. Try to keep myself together as the hugs and pats go on. Hands get tired. Getting gang hugged and spit hugged from all directions. Once all of them have had their fill, they boot me out of the van like a used napkin. Stagger my way home. They spread the pictures anyway, and now everyone thinks I'm a dirty slut who will pat anyone. My daughter leaves me after she finds out how soiled I've been. Lollies give me leery looks on the street. Never get in the van, eh? Oh, here's my current desktop background, which is Is the Order a Rabbit? It's been this for well over a year, I think. Probably closer to 2 years. It's been forever. Okay, I saved this one not just for Miyazaki in the background, but for that it's Anno and Ikuhara, the director of Evangelion, whom many people are sort of ship together. It's interesting. I'd look into it if I were you. Your taste in music is mediocre. This is supposed to be animated. Oh, here's all of the Groundhog's Loop characters in one place together, having a big old groundhog party. I guess that was before ReZero. Here's a quick little how to draw Yunochi. Yeah! This is one of my favorite pictures ever. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Look at that dumb ass face on Flandre. This gives me a very Konosuba vibe, actually, with how stupid they look. I love it. Here's Mume, who's 12, and the girl from Kumamiko, who's 14. You know. More Lane. Oh, here's a neat little comparison between 90s and 2000s like cute girls, or 2010s cute girls. Recommend pausing and reading all that if you find it interesting. This is some... I've got a bunch of these like templates for things. This was an attempt to make a top 100 favorite anime list by using soundtrack covers, because it would work with this site Topsters that like lets you list your favorite anime or your favorite soundtracks or favorite albums is what I mean to say. But it had a lot of anime soundtracks. These are for different ages of my life, which leads up to this picture, which I just made yesterday. It's like a meme on Moo to like draw different versions of yourself at different stages of life. Describe yourself and what your favorite music was at the time. So this is my favorite music across the ages, which you guys have already heard about if you watched my video about music or whatever, about my history of music. Here is a chart of how all of the anime studios came to be, like which ones they sprung out of and where the people went from there. Deeply fascinating stuff and very helpful for writing about studios. The most interesting thing to me being that like basically everything comes from like Tatsunoko or Toei or Mushi Pro, but then Gainax is just its own little island over here that just becomes like Gonzo and shit, and otherwise is totally its own fucking entity, which is what makes them so fascinating to me. Here's just a fucking shitty looking picture of Anno. I think this is probably the thumbnail for the first Anno video I did. Here's a Pokemon evolution of level 1 to level 25 that I created. Director Yo Yoshinari. He gives a thumbs up if this was animated. That's the thumbnail for Shinbo in the 90s. This is a joke that probably not a lot of people will get, but it was drawn by Ben Saint. Bingo card. This is just a black screen. Yeah, my favorite comment of all time. Oh, it's an endless wellspring of joy. Brobny Faggot. Oh, it's the best. Oh, that was a Digibros reference. This album blows more than Me Last Night. Fuck Coloring Book and fuck Chance. I love him though. I'd probably eat his ass if he asked, but not. This is my brother Shade commenting on the Needle Drops review of Chance the Rapper's Coloring Book. Oh, here's a Digibros illustration by Munchie. That's just the template for creating a... Hey, it's my color spectrum harem. You've got Nobue Ito from Ichigo Marshmallow. You've got Firo Bloodstone from Yushibu. Nozomu, don't remember her other name, from Kanokon. Kaoru from I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying. Tsunemori Akane from Psycho Pass. Kanbaru Suruga from Bakemonogatari. Konata Izumi from Lucky Star. Tsukuyomi Komoe from A Certain Magical Index. Aozaki Toko from Kara no Kyokai, and C2 from Code Geass. These are my color spectrum waifus, one for each color of hair in the spectrum. You know, they're all on the spectrum, just like the rest of us. Here's my favorite soundtrack composers, which I just was reading off of this earlier in the video in the Q&A section. Hey, it's me, DigiDoes Anime, drawn by Cotton Candy. Oh, there's my avatar. And this is secretly, by the way, if you know, this is what you see on my pages. but like because you have to format these to have like a huge amount of space around them, like this is secretly all behind that picture. This is the cover of the thumbnail for Jesse's video for The Boy We Have American Life, which is a classic. There's the banner for List Bro, which is dead. Another version of the banner. Oh, this is the fully extended version. This is the Digibro Bingo. So anytime these show up if you want to play bingo with my videos, you've got a Crunchyroll or Hulu name drop, a mispronounced Japanese word or name, a reference to alcohol or drinking, video set to unrelated game footage, philosophical rambling, repetitive phrasing, making fun of Sword Art Online, Gen Urobuchi or Shinichiro Watanabe subjects, the word ultimately, reference to another YouTuber, reference to my anime list, extended personal anecdote, name dropping obscure anime or creator, the word however at least twice in one video. Oh, that's gonna be every video. Nujabes music, explaining or inventing a term, mispronounced non-Japanese word or name, Haruhara Haruko versus the World t-shirt, the word aesthetic, random swear word, reference to animes, blogging/bloggers, edited by the Devu, well that's all of them now, on the most basic level, and Kill La Kill or Space Dandy being brought up. So this was created probably towards the end of 2014 or early 2015. Some of these are just like, some of these aren't as common and some of them are way more common. That's my avatar again. Oh, that's my Gem Sona. I don't remember his name. We made him up for the Gems cast that we did. This is more of that meme from Digibros. Here's my top 20, I think, favorite anime directors. You got Hiroyuki Imaishi is my number 1. You can see his work here. Hideaki Anno, Hayao Miyazaki, Naoko Yamada, Akiyuki Shinbo, Shinichiro Watanabe, Satoshi Kon, Kunihiko Ikuhara, Kazuya Tsurumaki, Mamoru Oshii, Kenji Nakamura, Mamoru Hosoda, Masaaki Yuasa, Yasuhiro Imagawa, Tsutomu Mizushima, Takahiro Omori, Ando Masahiro, Junichi Sato, Morio Asaka, and Tatsuyuki Nagai. Most of my top ones are probably pretty common picks. This is a Durarara thumbnail. Oh yeah, walk up into the club with your waifu. This guy slaps her ass. What do? Give a fuck what you heard, yeah, fuck what you heard. For this real shit, kick your whole clique to the curb. What? But you don't hear me though. Run up, bitch, to the death grip. My steez is balling out. I control what you know about bubbling. Hustle balls coming out my mouth. I don't know why I thought that was the funniest shit ever, but I screen capped it. This is just like notes on how to make your audio sound better. It is my avatar of my blog. It's Konpaku Yomu from Toho. This is a gigantic gradient color thing that I found on Google at some point that I used as the background for like a shit ton of videos back when I was editing regularly. Like, what I would do is just zoom in really close on one area. Alright, you know the beginning of the Hideaki Anno video? That's this. And then I would just have it slowly pan over the course of the video to another part of the image. And then by the end, it's like over here. So throughout the video, it transitions between colors. But there's a bunch of my videos that are just like a super zoomed in section of this that pans across. So yeah, this was a huge part of my editing for a while. I believe part 4 of the Asterisk War Sucks starts up here. Something like that. More notes on audio editing. There's another thumbnail. Oh, this is my parents over the years. Oh, I think this was in regards to my parents who, they start off, like, or it was specifically my dad that I was showing. My dad, he starts off ruggedly beautiful, right? Then he becomes he becomes a dad, you know, he's like 30 here. Then suddenly he's aging backwards again. Now he's in like his late 30s. And here's him currently. This fucking Olympic racer guy. This man has completely, he like started young, suddenly became old, and then just aged backwards. My mom's basically done the same. My parents found the fountain of youth. Oh, here's my favorite character designers chart. So we've got Yoshitoshi Abe, who did all this stuff. Takashi Takeuchi. People might be surprised how much I like his stuff because I'm not the biggest like Type Moon fan, but I really love his character designs. Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, who is like the obvious greatest of all time. Akio Watanabe of Monogatari fame. Kenichi Yoshida, who is a fucking goddamn... Sushio is pretty much just done Kill La Kill, but I would really love it if he did more. Satoku Kiyuduki, who did GA and Shoulder of Coffin Kuro, and she did the art for Yggdra Union and Nights in the Nightmare, which people probably know are better for. Atsushi Okubo, who did Soul Eater. Atsushi Nishigori, I've done a whole video about him. Ume Aoki. Umakoshi, who's the fucking beast. Hiro Kanzaki, here's another one who I not the biggest fan of any of the shows he's done, just really like the artwork. Sakai Kyuta. Toshihiro Kawamoto, I've obviously done a video on very recently. Yukiko Horiguchi, which is probably what everyone expected to see on my list. Kenichi Sonoda, who's the fucking greatest of the 90s. Koji Ogata, who basically just did the Boogie Pop designs, but they're really cool. Ikuko Ito. Shimada Humikane, best known for all the Strike Witches shit. And Hajime Ueda, who did the FLCL manga and the Bakemonogatari ending videos. Really love his work. Now we've got... this is the same one. That's my avatar again. Oh, my favorite foods 3x3. The barbecue chicken flatbread at Kona Grill, which is life-changingly incredible, and I literally almost cried the last time I had it. The Big Kahuna cheesesteak at Jersey Mike's. Pho. Quesadillas from fucking Plaza Azteca. IHOP's chicken and waffles. Five Guys cheeseburger. Kevin's Doghouse chicken salad. Not actually pictured here. I just found a generic chicken salad picture. Cheese and Shells as made at home. And then this place, I listed this. I fucking listed this meatloaf. I'd only had it once, and it was just so fucking amazing. And this was like years ago I had it. Like probably close to 2 years ago. I thought it was the best fucking thing ever. And I never got a chance to go back because the place was all the way across town. So I put together this 3x3, and then I was going to go back there, and then my mom told me that they closed it down. So now this is basically useless on this list. I gotta find something to replace it, but I'm not sure yet what could replace it. I'm very, very upset I never got to eat it again. Oh, Funaburi, Funabuli, Fun to Bully, Illuminati. Oh, this is my friend Galloway 138, 318, something like that. On Twitter, Brandon Tolentino, for those who know him, all his fighting mains. I made him a chart of them. Oh, here's Gibbon takes Gem Sona. A picture of. Here's my old. This was my old banner for when I first became an anime guy, but I didn't want it to just be anime. It was supposed to be analyze everything. You've got my Twitter and my Tumblr up here, and this picture of Shiro from No Game No Life holding my pony character, who is giving No Game No Life a 7 out of 10, which is an accurate score that I gave the show. Once again, drawn by Cotton Candy, who also did the current background. Thumbnail. Oh, here's where I tried to rank all of the members of the PCP by their different parameters. If you want to go through all this, you can just pause the video and attempt it. But yeah, this was all the PCP at the time. Jeff was not a member yet. And Mage does not really make enough videos for me to judge. And who's missing? Is somebody else missing? There's 9 of us, right? Tom, Devu, Hippo, best guy ever. Endless. Oh, Ben Saint, because he doesn't really make videos. Although now he does Nuzlocke. But, Oh, here's a drawing by Ben Saint of my characters from my novel that may or may not have an audiobook at some point. But he got the hair color wrong, so here's the version where she's got white hair, which is more appropriate. This is Dark Holy, and that's Scarlet Dream in the background. Fairly accurate to certain interpretations of the characters that I've had. They change a lot depending on which iteration of the story I'm working on. Oh, here's an older version of my avatar. Here's me and Victor, drawn by Munchie. I'm saying, Ugu, baka ore monogatari gook shit, I love penis, big bro, penis time. And Victor's saying, but brother, I am reading my book on film, which I am the master of. I am Steven Spielberg. Fuck off with your gook shit. I am so disappointed in you. My whole family is our whole clan. Remember Pearl Harbor? We do. Yeah. Oh, here's my influence map from... This one's not too long ago. This is a pretty accurate current one. You got Zero Punctuation, Sequelitis, We Remember Love, which was Ghost Lightning's blog, which you should all read because it's amazing. Anime Invasion Magazine, Nintendo Power Magazine, Roger Ebert, Death Grips, Jesse Wood, Film Crit Hulk, Red Letter Media, Your Movie Sucks, Mr. B-Tongue, and all of anime as represented in one image. Those are my biggest influences as a writer, as a blogger. Oh, there's Jesse's Gemsona. That's the version of me. This is the other version of my avatar that doesn't have the glasses. Because I just started using the regular glasses as a gimmick around the time that Munchie was doing this avatar. And he gave me a version with and without. And I just liked the glasses version better. So I used it. This is an album cover that I think I saved just so I wouldn't forget about this album. Because it was such an obscure fucking thing that I found. K-On! Thumbnails. Oh, here's another Pokemon evolution chart. These two are actually... the two on the right, left, and right are the same. It's actually two different versions of the character from Princess Tutu, but... I figured Ononoki would make a good middle evolution for her. Oh, this is my whole history of being banned from our anime. There's a character in Log Horizon named Lycopene, which, for those who know K-On! Know that Lycopene is a meme in K-On!, so I thought that was hilarious. Here's my guide to getting into Mahou Shoujo anime. If you want this chart, go find it on my my subreddit. This is on Mew. They were having a draw an album in MS Paint and see if other people can figure out what it is. So I drew the Technolize OST, The Man of Men. I think that's this one. This is a thumbnail. How do I get into Merzbow? This should be in my recommendation charts folder, but it's not. The Super Metroid thumbnail. What is this? Oh, so can I just jump right into watching this, or do I have to watch Bakemonogatari and Nisei Monogatari first to understand it? You need to read Kizu. Katanagatari becomes before all of those. And then finally someone who says, Monogatari simply means story. This has zero relation to any other work. And then it's just like an ass load of people responding to it with reaction faces. Oh, God. Oh, here's another older version of my avatar by Munchie. Thumbnail. Oh man, this is the entire Pony era backgrounds. So when I first started making videos that had a character on screen and it had to have a single color background, I had chosen this really harsh purple, and someone said, why don't you use neutral colors? So I Googled neutral colors and then downloaded this little palette, and I would use this to select colors for the background. So my main videos would use, I believe, this green one, and then there was the headcanon videos, which used one of these, and then there was the observations videos, which used this, I think, or maybe this one over here. Either way, I just swap, whatever series I was doing, I would just use a different image from the neutral palette here. Here's the PCP holding up Gibbon and saying, Neba Gibu Apu. It's great. Pre-Devu PCP. Yeah, it's more. Oh. This is a Nui thread where we post Nui, protect her smile, and it's just a farewell to arms. Fucking genius. Ben Saint Pokemon's Nug. This is a Nuzlocke fan art by Mr. Endless Jess that he did while at RadCon on my computer. Oh, this is my version of the You Don't Understand. There's no such thing as objective reviews. Everything is inherently filtered through your own perspective. You don't understand. Nobody understands. This I wanted to preserve because there's a tradition on A that's been going for like fucking 7 or 8 years where every single morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, this gets posted. I assume there's a bot that does it, but it's always there at 8 o'clock every fucking day. And it's a reference to like Taisho Baseball Girls, which is a show barely anybody watched. I think that's what it's in reference to. So yeah. Thumbnail. Oh, here's my gigantic chart of Shinbo crap from the Shinbo video. Patreon and PayPal logos. Oh, it's the most famous 3x3 in the world. Oh, the one that haunts me to this day. Haunts my fucking nightmares that I became the 3x3 guy. What is this giant pink picture? Oh, here's a fucking pony black metal thing from a collab I did on a song for the band Pony Frost. What I listened to, what I expected, what I got. Hey, it's Akatsuki. I think that's animated. Oh yeah, this is an artist interpretation of Robo Gupta, who was Victor's character from Phantasy Star Online. Victor requested that someone draw him on it as though it were the Iron Giant, and I was that guy from the Iron Giant. It's that scene from the Iron Giant, and there's Victor writing on Robo Gupta. Fucking magnificent. Oh, here's my fighting game mains. I main Cammy in Street Fighter, Slayer in Guilty Gear, Ms. Fortune in Skullgirls, Keelik in Street Fighter, Samus in Smash, and Kirino in Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax. Here is some images that Mage drew of all of us as an adventuring party, because we were gonna do like some kind of like D&D game together, and so we were drawn as animals, and it's fucking adorable. I of course decided to be a fucking lolly, but yeah, we never actually did play that round. Oh, so thumbnails. Oh, this was just a bunch of pictures of my dad and my brother Shade, both when they were young, and I was trying to see if people could guess which one's which, like which images are Shade and which ones are my dad. Good luck with that, people who don't know either one of them. There's my banner again. Oh, this is from where I ranked all the Pokemon designs. Obviously, it would take 9 years to go through all of these, but... And I also don't completely agree with all of my scores anymore. Some of them I think I was either too harsh or not harsh enough about. Here's a version of me as a lolly thing. And there's another me. As another me. That's the TV that it was in the aforementioned composite shot. God, when does this fucking folder end? Oh, it's my favorite voice actors and actresses. We've got Hanakana, the fucking goat. She's the best ever. And Miyuki Sawashiro, close second. Nobuyuki Hiyama, the Screechy Man, played Link in the games. Rie Kugamiya, Maya Sakamoto. I mean, if you don't know these people, you're not going to know them. But you can look at the animes that they're in and the characters, and you can say, oh, I know that one. Maya Sakamoto's damn hot. Kazuya Nakai, cool motherfucker. Tomokazu Sugita, the best. And Pakuromi, saw her at Otakon. She was fucking great. Aoi Yuki. Hiroshi Kamiya. Everybody loves him. Takahiro Sakurai, the silver boy. Keiji Fujiwara. Maya Uchida, who's pretty new, and I really like her. I guess she's not new anymore by, like, by now standards, but she's a lot newer than anybody else in this list. Toyosaki Aki. Laura Bailey, the only dub voice that I actually like. And legitimately like. Yukari Tamura, who I used to really hate, but I've kind of warmed up to her in certain roles. Megumi Hayashibara, who's the fucking classic, she's the queen. Takehito Koyasu, he's the king. Daisuke Ono, and this keeps going. Ryo Hirohashi, Joji Nakata, Mamoru Miyano, Tomokazu Seki, Norio Wakamoto, who of course is the fucking first voice actress I ever knew the name of, and Satomi Sato, who unfortunately was only really great as Ritsu and has since then never played a character with that personality type again, and it's been a real shame. There's the original version of that. What was this, writers? Favorite writers? Alright, why not? Enokido Yoji at number 1. Kazuki Nakashima, who needs to write more animes. Masaaki Uesa. Juki Hanada. This is interesting, he's one of a few people that, that are on this list whom I'd never heard anyone talk about, and when I looked at their list of works, I was like, holy shit, this person's really fucking good. And then I think he's one of the ones who's written parts in New Type. It's either him or someone else later in this list who I found articles they'd written in New Type magazine, and I was like, man, people need to talk about these guys. Hideaki Anno, Reiko Yoshida, Gen Urobuchi, Hayao Miyazaki himself, Katsuhiro Otomo himself, Yosuke Kuroda. He's the one who was writing in New Type. Yeah, he had a column in there, and I was deeply fascinated to learn that was the case. Chiaki J. Kanaka, the fucking psychopath. Hideyuki Kurata, who has gotten more lackluster lately. Michiko Yokote, Mari Okada, and Noboru Takagi. All great writers. More thumbnails, more shit, more... Oh, we're back at the beginning. We did it! We finished my fucking pictures folder. Yeah! I mean, we didn't even get into my enormous collection of what I watched, what I expected, what I got images. Which could really go on for a fucking eternity. We're not gonna bother. Then we've got my recommendation charts, which could also go up. Oh, this is the most important one of them all. I happened to click on the V Essentials, games where you play as a cute little girl. One day, I will play all of these. The Psycho-Pass Christmas. This originally had they had, the 12 Days of Christmas playing alongside it kind of thing, like a meme version. But I just collected all the pictures, I guess. I don't know why it has its own folder, or even why I still have them. Here's just a collection of characters from Gochiusa as PNGs, in case I decided I wanted to become Demolition D or Best Guy Ever and start using anime girl reaction faces. I decided I would exclusively use them from shows that nobody else was using. So I would just use Gochiusa and Sorega Seiyu for all of my needs, and I guess Hidamari Sketch here. And then I also have this A folder of just hilarious porn quotes. Well, you see, I hear that you won't get pregnant if you wash your pussy with cola. So, yeah. It's just a collection of porn quotes. I won't get too deep into that before this gets dangerous. But we did it. We finished my fucking image folder. Okay, Q&A round 3. Let's go for it. What do you think about Final Fantasy? Which one have you played? And what's your favorite if you have one? I've played most of them and beaten none of them. So I got most of the way through the first game, and I never went to the final area because I was trying to complete my bestiary, and then I lost the game when I was on a trip, the cartridge. I had the Game Boy Advance version. Only played a tiny bit of 2, never played 3. That's the only one I've never touched at all, I think. Don't remember if I ever played 4 actually, either. But then 5, I know I played for a couple hours, kind of didn't get it. 6, I played, like, I want to say 8 to 10 hours of, just never finished it. 7, I played almost to the end of Disc 1. I was about to go to the last dungeon on Disc 1 and just never got around to the rest. 8, I played like halfway through Disc 1, I want to say. At the time, I really didn't like it. 9, I got all the way to Disc 3, and then I fucked myself over because there's this area you go to where you can't use magic, and you can only take 2 party members, and I took Vivi because I wasn't paying attention when they said you couldn't use magic, and I couldn't do anything there. I was like under-leveled, and I had the wrong party, and I had already saved, and so I just kind of fucked myself and couldn't do shit. And then 10, I made it to the 3rd fight with the evil guy, so like close to the end of the game, and I couldn't beat that boss, and I gave up. 11, I played for like literally 5 minutes. I got it for the Xbox 360, not knowing what I was getting myself into, and I immediately quit. And I couldn't sell it back, and I was super pissed. 12, I probably played for like 5 or 6 hours. 13, I've never played. 13-2, I've never played. But I have played Lightning Returns for like 6 or 7 hours, and I really liked it, just never continued. And then 14, I played A Realm Reborn for about an hour, and I thought the world was unbelievably beautiful and cool, and then I got into the first battle, and I went, oh, this is World of Warcraft, and I stopped playing that. So, and I haven't played 15 yet, which just came out. I was curious about it, but so far what I've seen hasn't really convinced me it would be something I'd want to play. Alright. Is that SAO remake thing still on the to-do list? It'd be easier than ever with Ben around now. Maybe. I'm unsure about it. I haven't touched the project in a year at this point, I think. So, like, I don't really know anymore. Was it a year ago? Yeah, it must have been a year ago. Like, more than a year ago. Almost a year and a half ago. So I don't know. Maybe. I'm still interested. I don't know if Ben being around will actually make it easier. Ben very much just kind of does whatever projects he's interested in at the moment. He's not easy to bribe with money. I've tried. So anyway, alright, next one. Just wondering, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a wounded pterodactyl? I don't get it. Nah, but legit question, what the hell was Asperger's beef with you? Was he seriously that upset over an autograph? No, that story was fake. I proved it was fake by all the dates being wrong. Asperger, I don't know why he has a problem with me, but that was a setup thing that we all planned, that he was going to like basically, so on the Dick Show, which is my favorite podcast, there was this call-in from this guy, King Critic, who is someone who Mumkey has had like a long time like feud kind of with. King Critic's just like a weird guy who constantly leaves shitty comments on people's videos and thinks he's being funny when he's really just a total asshole. So he called into the Dick Show, and Dick fucking railed him, and it was amazing. And when I heard that, I said, I would love to do something like this, to like get into an argument with someone who has a problem with me and then just make them look like an idiot, and it would be funny. And I had heard that Asperger from Mumkey's podcast had a problem with me for some reason. He had told Ben when Ben went on to like convey some message to me about why I was a fuckboy or something. So I told Mumkey, hey, let me come on your show and argue with Asperger, who supposedly has a problem with me, and make him look like a total fucking idiot. And so that's exactly what happened. But Asperger came in there like he was trying to prepare a case against me. Like he had all that stuff because he went and like put days into like, you know, compiling quotes from me that he could try to use against me. Just didn't work out very well in his favor. But I don't think he's been watching me for long, like he said he was in the video. Do you think the Cute Girls Do X formula will fall out of fashion in a bad way? I'm personally enjoying the Cute Girls Do military stuff at the moment. I think it's always been a thing, really. Like Cute Girls Do action scenario or game scenario has like kind of always been a staple of anime. It just wasn't always as mainstream or as like talked about, or the shows weren't as long or as good. I think there's a lot of similarity between like what we're seeing now and stuff like Bubblegum Crisis, which was like 4 girls with different personalities types who hang out sometimes, and then they also fight crime in power suits, you know. And there was a lot of that stuff in the late 80s and early 90s, but it was less laid back. Most of it was more sci-fi oriented and more about these girls kicking ass and or doing things. Whereas over time it became more and more just about the girls as opposed to what they were doing. And I think that's sort of the trend we've seen now. So I do think that maybe the tables are sliding back in the other direction, where it's becoming more about the activities again, where now we've got like more girls sports shows like Scorching Ping Pong Girls, where it really is trying to be like a sports narrative, or Keijo, which is like actually trying to be a sports narrative as opposed to just like that, like Soft Tenny from 5 years ago, where it was just like, you know, the vague pretense that it's about tennis had nothing. It was just a fan service show, you know. Now we're getting into more shows that are more like before, where it's trying to be like a real show that just happens to have cute girls, and I think that's what we'll see coming back. Do you watch the Primitive Technology channel, and would you consider it Iyashi K, as a lot of people find it relaxing and soothing? Never heard of it, but it sounds interesting. Do you think the quality of Berserk, the manga, has been consistent throughout the years, improved or declined? Also, how's One Piece post time skip? Never made it to the time skip in One Piece. I'm not that far. As for Berserk, I don't know that I think it declined in quality so much as that the inherently most interesting part of the story happened at the beginning. You know, like the Golden Age arc was such a fucking great narrative that nothing after it could top it. And so it's always going to feel like, you know, even though there's more. There's like twice as much stuff post Golden Age as there was during the Golden Age. Like, it's never going to feel that level of amazing again. You know, there's been great arcs, and there will probably continue to be great arcs, but it's never going to live up to itself because it had basically the perfect arc. That's just how it seems anyway. Alright. Considering that Jeff is in Japan right now, it got me wondering, how come you've never been to Japan, Digi? I don't know if this has ever been said. If so, sorry about having the question asked again, and feel free to just drop a link in the reply and ignore this question. Hasn't been asked, actually, and I did not know Jeff was in Japan right now. I am extremely, extremely safe with money and afraid about doing anything extreme with it. Like a trip to Japan would be expensive as fuck, and I wouldn't want to do it unless I knew exactly why I was there and what I was doing and who I was going with. I wouldn't do it alone. Like, I'm the type who, if I'm gonna go on a trip, I'm going to definitely take someone with me, and it's going to be like a thing we know way ahead of time we're gonna do. And I don't know anybody who can blow that kind of... Like, I could do it now. Like, I have the money right now that I could go to Japan if I wanted to, but I don't have any friends who could. And I don't have enough that I could, like, just front someone's trip just to come with me. So yeah, it'll probably happen eventually, when I feel ready. I also don't, like... Yeah, I kind of don't know what I'd do there. Like, I mean, it seems obvious. It seems like you go and there's just going to be shit to do. But at the same time, like, I can't read Japanese, and I feel like I want to before I do a lot of stuff. I'd like to eventually live there. My sort of vision for my future is that I'm hoping to actually learn to read and write and speak Japanese by the time I'm in my early 30s, and then I will probably just move to Tokyo if I can afford it, you know, which it's very expensive, but if I could afford it, I would do it. So we'll see in the future. I would still like to hear your full opinions on Gunslinger Girl. Well, I haven't watched it in watched or read it in years, so that's why I haven't offered my full opinions on it. I don't have a full opinion on it. Is the PCP Discord more or less active since Ben and Devu moved in? Could you give us an inside look on all the channels and how much you guys use it? Also, more importantly, do you have a favorite K-On! Ship? It has become less active, definitely. Ben is hardly ever in the chat. Ben and Devu themselves are almost never in it. Like, I am still in there as much as ever. Nate and Hippo are in there as much as ever. Jesse has been doing other stuff a lot for the last couple months. So he hasn't been around as much. So it's mostly been me, Nate, and Hippo, and whoever else shows up briefly. But definitely Ben and Devu have been in there much less. As for the channels... I don't want to give too much information about the channels. Let's just say, like, a few people have their own special channels that are just about, like, them and one in some aspect of what they wanted to talk about in that channel. And then there's a One Piece channel, there's a Draw Friends channel, there's a Pokemon channel, which was originally just for Pokemon Go, and a Steven Universe channel, which is pretty inactive right now because I don't know if it's off season, but nobody seems to be watching it right now. So other than that, there's just like a few personal channels, and then the main group one. But yeah, it's Ben and Devu have definitely been less active since moving in. As for my favorite K-On! Ship, looking at my K-On! Poster to make sure I can get these straight. I like Yui and Azusa. I like Mio and Ritsu's obvious. Azusa and Mugi is one that I never had thought about, but then Demo turned me on to it. Like, he was into that ship and showed me some doujin of that ship, and I was like, all right, that's pretty okay. I guess Yui and Azusa is by far my favorite. If we're talking about, character ships, Yui and Ui is always fun, but Yui and Azusa is by far my favorite ship. Are you using the beard oil I got you? Actually, I used it twice, and the second time I broke out horribly. I don't even know if it was breaking out, but I was just bleeding out of my cheeks, and there was just a lot of blood, so I stopped using it. I think I might be allergic or something. Do you have any animes that you'd classify as so bad it's good, as in so horribly done that they're actually fun to watch because of how terrible they are? Garzy's Wing, obviously. Legend of Duo is another one. Mostly those two. Kenya Boy, I don't know if I'd consider it so bad it's good, so much as so baffling that it's good. But, yeah, I'm not very into so bad it's good stuff for the most part. But Garzy's Wing and Legend of Duo definitely strike that niche for me. In Legend of Duo is not nearly as funny as Garzy's Wing, but it's fucking so bad that it's entertaining. Alright. Hello, I was on the TCP Discord, and we are trying to remember what the names for the icon of Digibros was. We know that Hope drew it, but does not have a specific name, or is it a character of sorts? It's Salome from Wishgiver Salome. I believe the full name was Salome Goshiro. Don't know why Goshiro was her last name, or her, whichever you feel like. Yeah, Salome from Wishgiver Salome, who's the little boy who dresses as a little girl and is a magical girl. Debatably transgendered, but I was undecided about that. What is the greatest thing to ever happen to anime, and why is it Yuri? I don't know. I guess just because Yuri's a good. Could you go into more detail as to why you think you can't get into reading books? Mostly it's just a matter of I guess I don't know. I guess it's not the right size is how I'd put it. Anime to me is the perfect, maybe it's just the way I've been trained to consume media by having consumed TV shows for the most part growing up. But to me, a 22 episode chunk of story is a perfect amount, and 13 of those and you're done is perfect, and with a book, a chapter is so loose, and there's no definitive how long is a chapter, and there's the sense of progress isn't quite the same, and there's not that same kind of satisfaction and tactile progress you make as you watch through something and finish it. And and then reading, like holding a book, is terrible. There's no comfortable way to hold a book. Reading a book on a screen always feels weird because you don't have the tactile sensation of flipping a page to continue the story, which is the most like, the closest thing it has to continuing episodes is turning pages and seeing how far you are in the book, which a scroll bar does not quite communicate. I don't know. I don't think I can't get into reading. I just think that there's a lot of stuff I have to get used to. And, I mean, I have this tendency to say things like, I don't read any books, and then realize that I've actually read more books than most people, including some people who say they read books, or to say, like, I don't watch any movies. I mean, I've seen 700 movies, but I don't feel like I watch any movies because I haven't seen The Godfather and, and like a couple others that are super famous. So, which Toho would you fug? All of them. They're all adorable. If you're just asking for my favorite Tohos, Romelia and Flanders Scarlet are by far my favorites. Konpaku Yomu is great. And, well, those are like my main favorites. Marisa is great. What did you study at college? First, I was doing a multimedia curriculum. Then I dropped out of that. Then I took business briefly and dropped out of that. Then I took I was trying to do an English major, which was mostly just core classes, and then I dropped out of college altogether. Your favorite hentai and are thinking of collaborating with other tubers in the future. Well, I do tons of collaborations on the Procrastinators channel, and to me, anything beyond a podcast is like too much in a collaboration, or I think a collab should be either like a podcast or two people in a room. Like, I hate the whole, like, cutting back and forth between two people who are essentially doing their own videos in the same video. Hate that. When it's two people in a room doing something together, that I like. Or if it's a conversation that's audio only, and it's formed around being a conversation. I hate written content that goes between two people. It's just weird to me and unnerving. As for my favorite hentai, we're gonna stick to anime just to make this easy, because manga would be like a chaotic nightmare. Star Jewel is pretty up there. That thing was fucking beautiful in terms of anime. Oh, you know what it is Pop Chaser. And not for the pretentious reasons, because Pop Chaser is an episode of Cream Lemon from 1984, which is like one of the first porno VAs. It ran for 40 episodes, but episode 4, Pop Chaser, is famous for the fact that it had like all this great Sakuga animation and all these famous people worked on it. And a lot of people like it for that reason. I don't. The sex scene in that is amazing. It is by far the best lesbian sex scene that has ever occurred in anything. It's like 7 minutes long. I highly recommend looking it up. Just search like Pop Chaser Yuri or something. It is incredible. It's so well animated and well done. And great. Do you think you'll be doing a best YouTube analytical videos of 2016 or otherwise doing content on the subject of analysis videos? Probably. Are you still going to make a video series on going through anime magazines? Yes, I have. I've been using the magazines for like little bits here and there in some of my videos, like in Anime Shit Now where I read a passage from one, or I've held them up here and there in a couple videos, and I've been slowly reading through like random parts of them. I definitely like the idea of using them like just as ways to bolster my points in videos or as the launching grounds for videos. As for doing ones about the magazines themselves, which was my original plan, I still would like to do that. The thing is, I have to read a lot of them. Like, I really want to have a full sense of what each magazine is like before I do that, and it's not so easy to, set everything aside and chug through 1,000 anime magazines. So, yeah, I've been slowly working my way through them. I also didn't get as many as I hoped for. Like, I guess I didn't realize how unpopular anime magazines have gotten over the years. Like, they don't seem to be something people remember that well. And I hate myself for how long I slept on this, because there's a comic store near me called Trilogy, who used to have like this crate full of old anime magazines, and they had a bunch of them from this like really old one called Protoculture Addicts, which I always wanted to check out, and I've never gotten to read one. And I had always intended that one day I was going to walk in and buy them all, and now they don't seem to have them anymore. I think they got rid of them. So I was hoping I would get some stuff like that, like old anime magazines, but most of my audience seemed to be like, what? Anime magazines? What the fuck are those? Like, I've never even heard of such a thing, and most of what I got were newer ones. So I didn't quite get enough to make as many like comprehensive videos as I'd like to. Would love to get more Animericas, any Protoculture Addicts at all, any older ones, any, I have tons of Anime Insiders myself, and I have like all of Otaku USA, so I don't need any more of that. And I'd like more new types as well. But yeah, so eventually I will, but it's a matter of getting through all of them. Let's reload this page. How can someone come to care as little about things not related to your interests as you? It's quite admirable. Also, favorite Pokemon. I don't know that I don't care about anything not related to my interests. I mean, I think that's normal. Like, most people don't care about fishing unless you're interested in it. Likewise myself. There's a lot of things I'm interested in that I don't care about as much as I'd like to. I wish I cared more about cooking, because I love eating. I wish I cared more about fashion, like for myself, because I love fashion, but I don't apply any of it to myself at all. I wish I cared more about being healthy. I'd love to be more aesthetic in my physique. Me and Ben have been lifting, but we've just been strength lifting, and we've been skipping days here and there, and it hasn't really had any result on the body, like in terms of appearance, and also I've been overeating to compensate, so I'm not getting any skinnier. My favorite Pokemon is Munchlax. Will you ever get around to watching the third season of Kuroko no Basuke? The film's coming out next year, and I reckon it'll be a must-watch. Well, it sounds like I have lots of time, because Japanese movies usually take over 6 months before they come out on Blu-ray, so it'll probably be a year and a half before that movie comes out. I'm sure I'll watch it at some point with Devu. Me and him watched the second half of Season 1 and all of Season 2 together, and we were planning to watch Season 3, but I just figured, like, at the point, like, we were watching it for the sake of the video with Haikyuu versus Kuroko no Basuke, and by the time we finished Season 2, I was like, we have enough material, I don't need to watch Season 3, and then we just never got back to it because we've been watching stuff for the other video series we have to do. You've mentioned in the past that watching mature and realistic stuff like The Wire is both horrifying and not enjoyable for you to watch. You've also questioned why you're expected to watch things that are made for adults just because you are one, paraphrasing here. As someone with the opposite sensibilities, I was wondering if you can elaborate further about what turns you off about gritty and dark realism and why you find escapist fiction more enjoyable. I think you have overinterpreted what I said about those things. I mean, I like The Wire a lot. It's one of my favorite shows. It's just hard to watch because it makes me think about how shit the world is. Like, what makes The Wire difficult is that it's real. Like, all the things that are happening are things that are really happening. And it's because it just like, when I watch a show like that, it just makes me think about how the world is like this. And it's terrifying and can make things, difficult to cope with. I don't really think I watch anything as an escapist medium. Like, I watch shows that are fun and I find enjoyment out of them. I never watch it to escape reality. Like, I don't think reality is escapable. I am always thinking about reality. It's just even scarier if you have, like, the worst parts of it right in your face. But I've never seen anime as an escape or anything as an escape. It's just a good time, It's not like I'm going, wow, the world is so terrible, I need to watch anime to make me feel better about it. if anything, I approach anime with like, I need to know everything in the known fucking universe about this medium, so I'm gonna watch this show, is more my approach. It's all very intellectual curiosity driving me through most of what I watch. Do you plan on finishing Gintama? Yeah, I don't know if Gintama plans on finishing, but eventually I'll catch up to it. Hey Digi, do you ever have an indifference to shows you know are probably pretty good, but because you know you will never concern yourself with it again in any way, you don't bother have an opinion on it? For example, I've seen Death Note a long time ago. At the time I liked it, but because my taste has changed so much since then, I couldn't possibly give a detailed opinion on it now, although I think I would probably like it again, if in other ways or more or less. I'm also aware that I'll most likely never watch or deal with the show again, so when it comes up as a conversation piece with friends, for example, my opinion on it is that I have none. I don't know what you mean by never watching or dealing with the show again. I can't think of any show that I just would never deal with again. Like, unless it's one I dropped because I hated it, you know. Like, if there's a show I like, I'll probably keep talking about it and watching it again for years and years. Yeah, like I'm all about rewatching and reinterpreting things. So you know, I don't know. I don't completely understand the question. Who are your current top 5 waifus? It's hard to say current because like these days, I don't know. It would be difficult to say. I feel like it used to be so much easier, and now it's so hard, you know? Like, there's so few characters that I feel any level of connection with. I guess I've become incredibly jaded about it, and it's like most of the characters I consider waifus are like ones that I cared about more in the past and not necessarily as much anymore. Kaoru from I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying, Tsunemori Akane from Psycho Pass, probably still Ito Nobue from Ichigo Marshmallow, though it's been years since I watched that show. Maybe still Tsukuyomi Komoe from A Certain Magical Index, but it's been forever since I watched that, and I mostly like her as like a kind, like, I wouldn't say ironically, but mostly as like an aesthetic thing, just because she's like super pink and is like a tiny woman who's like 40 and drinks and smokes, but she looks like a fucking child, and it's hilarious. Oh, who else would I pick as a waifu? Let me just look at my list of my favorite characters on my anime list and see if there's another waifu in there. None of my other favorite characters are really waifus. I'm actually shocked by how little of my favorite character list on Mal is waifus. It's really just Akane and Kaoru from Danaganani who are in there, who I would consider waifus. Oh, Diesel-san from Shirobako. She can be my 5th waifu. Alright, why anime? Go watch my video on... I've done videos about this. Have you visited other countries? If you want to, and do you care about that at all? I've been to the Philippines for a month. It was really cool. I'd like to do it again. Would you and Victor be interested in playing Pokemon Sun and Moon on Digibros? No, because we'd have to have a capture card, and I don't. And also it would suck to, like, be, you know, like, play a 3DS game on a show like that. If you could make sweet, sweet, passionate love to any member or affiliated party of the PCP, who would it be and why? P.S. My choice would be Jess, because he's a little thick and has nice hair. I'm gonna go with Tom. I think Tom would be a sweet, adorable little bottom who I could cuddle with. Me and Tom have a long history of being shipped together anyways, so, you know, it was always bound to happen. Have you been keeping up with the Rec Compendium much since you created it? Are you happy with how it turned out? I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I've kept up with it a little bit, not nearly. It blew up way bigger and way faster than I expected it to. when I made it, I really envisioned it as like this slow drip of recommendations that I would be able to consume most of. And instead it was this huge torrent of recommendations of which I've been able to consume very little of. But, I mean, it paid off immediately because I got to watch all of Shallow Rewards, which became one of my favorite YouTube series of all time. So that was great. I've found some okay music through it and stuff. So yeah, I'm happy with it. I don't know how much other people have actually been using it to, like, you know, actually get recommendations as opposed to giving them. Also, do you ever think about how for a lot of people your main channel videos, despite taking way more of your effort and time, are like a tiny fraction of their engagement with the stuff you make? Does that feel weird? Now that I've written that down, I'm thinking you might have talked about that somewhere, so sorry if you have. It is kind of weird, mostly because of the fact that those are the videos I mostly those are the ones I mark on Patreon, and I feel like there's a lot of overlap between my most engaged audience and my patrons. Like, the people who are donating money are probably ones who are watching more than just the main channel videos. But it's really difficult for me to know how to get, like, have people pay me for other things, you know? And it just creates a weird sensation. But, like, I think there's kind of an agreement or, like, an understanding with my patrons that, like, you know, a lot of them are patroning for just me in general more so than they are for the videos themselves. I think more people probably base their patronage on that. Because, like, I wouldn't mind if it was just, like, I have this one really popular channel that's geared towards, you know, mass market, and then there's all my other stuff. But it's weird to think of it as, like, even though I put as much effort and time into all the other stuff, like, individually, I put a lot more effort into a Digibro video than I do into a video on any other channel. But I make vastly more videos on all the other channels and vastly more content. But it's so hard to, like, because all of it's so general, like, the main channel stuff, I feel like everyone who likes me watches those. You know, if you watch Digibro at all, if you watch any of the channels, you're watching the main one. And that's why I've made that, like, the central focus. That's the patron one. That's the one that everyone cares about. Because all the other stuff, I don't, like, someone who maybe likes my music doesn't necessarily like my mailbag videos and vice versa or something. Like, you know, everything else is so general that, like, it's hard to say what is my real main content other than the one I put the most effort into editing, you know? So, yes, it feels weird, is the answer to that question. What are some good analysis videos that you've been watching recently, and what are some of your favorite pieces of criticism in general? I'm going to go with Shallow Rewards, which I just mentioned a second ago. It's a series of music journalism pieces, vlogs, much in the style like Digibro After Dark, by this guy called Chris Ott, who is a longtime music journalist. They are very dense, very full of, like, terminology and names and stuff that if you don't know music will be hard to follow, but they're fucking fascinating. Most of them are sort of like semi-historical pieces where he'll, like, just go through, like, a band and tell their story, or he'll tell stories about just these little moments in time in music history, or he'll just do, like, more editorial kind of, like, stuff like broad concept shit like I usually do. Again, it's all very much in the style of, like, Digibro After Dark, but the way he talks is he talks unscripted like I talk scripted, you know, like and even then probably better. Like, he is so good with words and so quick with them that it's, like, kind of mind-boggling to hear the way he talks. And the videos are fucking great. And there's, like, 30 of them. I marathoned them all recently, and it was really good. It inspired some of my vlogs last month directly. All right. Have you read any webcomics? If so, got any favorites? Also, besides Pokemon, what would you say is your favorite Nintendo franchise? Used to read webcomics a lot back in the early 2000s. I don't remember any of them well enough to consider one a favorite. I love Homestuck. That was more recent. I like Dinosaur Comics. That's fun. And I like Ben Saint's comics, which in my mind aren't really web comics because they're not really in the style of web comics. They're really just like graphic novels that happen to be published online, but they're great. And my favorite Nintendo franchise is The Legend of Zelda by far, way more so than Pokemon. Do you think you'll ever get tired of making anime analysis? If so, are there any other mediums you wish to analyze on your channel? I know when you first moved away from MLP, you plan to make content on video games. Also, would you consider doing episode reactions or discussions to anime on something like the TPC channel? The live reaction videos of Sword Art Online are great. Finally, I know you've talked about it on the pub crawl before, but do you have any interest in reading any academic books about anime? There are some really fascinating ones, especially those written by Japanese scholars. Plus a bonus question, will you make another Project Awesomeness video? Okay, a lot there. Yes, I'm going to cover other mediums, probably all of them eventually. Episode reactions and discussions, probably not in the way you're thinking, but I will probably eventually do some episodic vlogging again one day. I've done tons of it in the past. If you didn't follow Digi Does Anime, it was that. A lot of these videos on this channel are that. Like, the finish or fail stuff is, like, pretty much just reaction videos, but, like, immediately after the episode. Academic books about anime... Not into academic books in general. I don't know. Maybe because I haven't ever like really read one all the way through. I usually immediately am just kind of lost and don't care anymore. But I'll probably give one a shot eventually. It would help if I had one like physically in front of me. That would be nice. And will I make another Project Awesomeness video? Probably, eventually. What books are you planning to read in the future? I won't say, because if I say, then I'll never read it. But suffice it to say, I have a shitload of charts, like book recommendation charts, that I'll probably go through eventually. Alright, that's it for this one. Okay, I will now attempt to perform my rap song, Get Action, as fast as I possibly can. Yeah. Fake niggas all looking at me like I don't know what I'm doing when I've been pulling salary for creativity since 2013. And I mean, when you see me, what do you think? Well, that guy's just crazy. He doesn't count. He's an outlier, anomaly. Surely got lucky somehow, and I'll be the first to admit I've had some privileges. But I'm seeing all these kids acting like I ain't done shit when I built this all on a cave with a box of scraps. I'm a self-taught rap artist, writer, YouTube content generator, and haters can say what they want, but creators, you ain't taking pages from me, then get out. I'm sick of all these cop-outs talking about when I'm out of school, I'll do shit, bullshit like a hero saying dropout. But I want to have a future, bitch. If you're good, you got one. If you're not one of these top 8 games, you shit tweets and low skis 14 hours a week, but too meek to put words on the screen. Call me back when you get those 10th of an hour sleeping in a casket, cause you ain't grab shit and your time is passing while these young niggas racing right past you. Chance 19 when he made 10 day. We get a decode that for a reason. But I'll start next season, bitch. If you don't start now, then never be beastin'. I'm beastin' on your corpses. Y'all flaccid rats all horse shit. No matter how you force it, don't come to me to endorse it. I'm all about sharing that meat with my hungry niggas who need to eat it. But if y'all ain't pulling that weight, you greedy, yes, will be used for feeding. There's a reason when you see me. It's surrounded by talent, cause I got a mallet to whack 'em all those who went up to the challenge. If you want validation, your creation, I better impress, cause I got no patience to test, and I only roll with the best. You must get action. Put your fucking life on the line, cause if you don't, the starving out is gonna eat you alive. You must get action. If you're wasting your fucking time, then you can bet your fucking ass that I ain't giving you mine. You must get action. What the hell is writer's block? I never had it. That's a thing that happened. Okay, I just ate a bunch of this utterly fucking disgusting fried chicken, and now my stomach feels like it's tearing itself apart. Let's answer more fucking questions! In Wario Land Episode 2, you described the game as possibly having a Metroidvania element to it. Has your position on the word's usage changed at all since the start of that whole debate? Or has your problem always just been the overuse of the tag on Steam? Also, what are your thoughts on Maria Holic? I only ever watched the first episode of Maria Holic. I will eventually get to it in my Shaft project. As for the Metroidvania thing, I have no idea why I might have said that. I'm not very good at talking and playing a game at the same time, and the way that a lot, especially in the early episodes of Wario Land, like, Devu, like, is, like, talking about things, and I'm not completely following, and I'm, like, trying to sort of get led into his conversation, but having a really difficult time with it a lot of the time. So I'm sure that a lot of what came out of my mouth was not the most well-formulated sentences and word choices, because I can't I can't think of any Metroidvania element to Wario Land 4. I must have just been grasping for straws. Alright. Roughly how many visitors do you get on your blog per day? I want to say a couple hundred. Let's find out. Let's see. Today's stats 714. So maybe 1,000 a day. I don't know. It's not consistent. It definitely jumps up if I've posted something. How old were you when you started blogging? I started blogging when I was 15 in 2007. Like shortly before I turned 16. I mean, I was writing stuff that was like blogs on forums before that, but yeah, proper blogging was until then. When you started blogging, what did you write about, and how often did you update your blog? You can just go to my blog and find out. It's all still there. All the old shit is still up. It was really all kinds of shit. And I updated. I mean, it depends on like what day it was. There was times, famously to myself, February of 2009, I posted 59 posts in the course of that month. Very much the precursor to the kind of crazy shit I do now. Whereas some months I just didn't post at all. Depends on what I was inspired to do at the time. What inspired you to start writing your blog? I was directly inspired by other members of the Megatokyo forums. Because I was reading the webcomic Megatokyo, I got into the forums, and on those forums was a lot of really hardcore anime fans who knew way more shit than I did. And I'd been a long-time anime fan of probably 6 years at that point. But I mostly knew stuff that was available in the US and was either on DVD or was on television. These guys knew stuff that was coming out in Japan as it was airing, and they introduced me to fan subs and that whole culture and everything. And a bunch of people on there had anime blogs, and they all had them through WordPress. And so when I saw all these blogs, I was like, I want to do it. You know, of course, everyone else is doing it. I want to do it. So I made my own. And over the course of about 2 years, I gradually realized that I enjoyed blogging a lot more than I enjoyed foruming. So eventually I completely left all forums and just became a blogger. How did you network with other bloggers? Well, again, a lot of them were on the Megatokyo forums. So, you know, I immediately was contacting all those people. And with anime blogs, most people found out about one another through comments. Like, usually if you, and this was also a marketing strategy, if you wanted your blog to be known, you left good comments on other people's blogs, and therefore they would go through and find yours. This was how Ghost Lightning rose to prominence, because when Ghost Lightning launched his blog, he would leave comments on absolutely everybody else, including myself, which is how I came to be a fan of him and to know him, because he commented some good stuff on my blog, and I was not used to getting good comments on my blog, or any comments on my blog. So So yeah, I met people mostly through comments or through being in the Megatokyo forums. And, you know, eventually you'd hear about different people and go check them out. People would reference one another. So stuff like that, pretty much. The biggest audience for anime blogs was anime bloggers. So it was a much more interconnected community, which is something that I miss on YouTube, because I still am like that. I watch every other anime YouTuber that I like. You know, anyone else who's doing something similar to me, like the Canepa Effect, or you know, Now Pedantic Romantic, and Pause and Select, and all these guys. And I don't feel like there's a lot of communication between all of them in the way that there were in the anime blog days, where like we all knew each other, we all commented on one another's stuff. There's a little bit less of that now. Though Pause and Select comments on my stuff, and always did. So, though I don't even read my own comments anymore on my main channel because it's too big. So, yeah, like I kind of miss that sense of like all the anime bloggers are friends. I don't really get that as much out of the YouTube community, but I think it's maybe moving in that direction. What is your favorite fictional content where the main character is a serial rapist? Don't have one? Don't know of any. What are your habits and reasoning regarding watching / listening / skipping anime EDs and OPs? If I like it, I'll never skip it. unless it's like a 100-episode show and I need to skip it. If I'm indifferent towards it, I'll probably start skipping it midway through the series if I'm marathoning because I'm trying to, get through the series. And if I outright dislike it, I'll probably start skipping it from the very beginning. I'm not going to sit through something I don't even like. So that I do think watching OPs and EDs is kind of an important part of the experience because, for one thing, it's part of the cultural footprint of the show. Like, if you're going to talk to other people who've watched the show, you can count on a lot of them having seen the OP and ED, and for that being a part of how they experience the show and how they relate to it. And there's a lot of OPs and EDs that are kind of like legendary in their own right. Like, if you watch The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya and you always skip the ED, you're missing out on like a huge thing that was like a huge like cultural impact that ED had, where, not only were fans obsessed with it and people learned the dance and did it on conventions everywhere and stuff like that, but it also influenced anime to start having a lot more dances in the OPs and EDs. So, or just even in shows themselves, where Kyoto Animation eventually would just have shows like Kyokai no Kanata just burst into full-blown dance scenes out of nowhere, and that really all starts with Haruhi. So, sometimes it's important to watch that stuff. Strategy games are a cornerstone to PC gaming, but are still occasionally found on consoles. Are you a fan of any of them? I used to like turn-based strategy games back when I was way into JRPGs as a teenager. Never was good at them. Have never played any RTS for more than like 2 minutes. Pizzas or hamburgers? I have to go with pizzas, although I do think that Five Guys Burgers and Fries, if you go there and you get a hamburger, it will always be a great hamburger. There is basically nowhere you can go and get a pizza and it will always be a good pizza, unless it's like an artisan pizza, like a California Pizza Kitchen, or like a flatbread from Kona Grill or something that's not really pizza. It's just in the shape of it, But if you're trying to get a good slice of pizza, everywhere is inconsistent. Nowhere is ever always good. So I prefer pizza, but hamburgers are a better guarantee, just because of the existence of Five Guys. Yes, no, or no comment to this question. Psychedelics. No, I haven't done any. What musicians do you love and or hate hearing for anime OPs and EDs? Always love hearing any of my favorite, any band I like, which a lot of them I found through OPs and EDs. So, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is always a good time. Galnerius, Ling Toshite Segure, Shinsei Kamate-chan's only ever done one, but it was great. And I found out about them through it. Just any Japanese band I like, I'm going to be excited to hear them in an OP and ED. Bands I can't stand to hear is stuff like Lisa, or just any of the fucking generic anime bullshit OPs. I really can't stand, the stock template anime OPs, which Lisa to me is, the ultimate example. Not just because they did Sword Art Online. I hate the Fate Zero openings as well and all that shit. I can't stand that, that just generic, formulated radio rock kind of sound. And even, there's a lot of bands that are very popular amongst anime fans, like Bump of Chicken and stuff like that, and to me those all sound exactly the same. I realize I gave one example and said they, but I hope you know what I'm talking about. The sort of almost adult contemporary sounding OP and EDs. I really hate that kind of stuff. Do you ever run out of video ideas, and do you appreciate suggestions? And if so, is there a preferred format for general subject other than do a One Punch Man video? No, I don't take suggestions. I just make stuff upon having interest in it, and I don't think I'll ever run out of ideas. Because the amount of video ideas I have is more than the amount of videos I've created so far. Now, that doesn't mean I necessarily am primed to execute on every single one of those ideas. There's lots of ideas that I have that I don't necessarily want to make anytime soon, but I definitely have more ideas in store than what I have exhausted thus far. Do you intend on someday reading the Tokyo Ghoul / Tokyo Ghoul re-manga? Maybe. I don't know. Do you play Overwatch or any other type of first-person shooter games? If so, which FPS games do you prefer or love? Don't really play any of them. I played, like, Halo 2 back in the day. A little bit of Halo 3. Halo. Let's go with Halo. Why do you have Monster, Mushishi, Soul Eater, Berserk, Code Geass R2, JoJo, and Hellsing Ultimate on hold? Also, since Demo D hasn't put one together, could you do a video on Angel's Egg? I have nothing. I don't understand Angel's Egg. I was hoping Demo would do a video on Angel's Egg to explain it to me. That's why I'm so upset that he hasn't done one on Angel's Egg. Monster I have on hold because it's long as fuck. Mushishi I have on hold. He marked it as 24 out of 26 episodes. I guess he's indicating that that's what I marked. I definitely didn't watch that much. I thought I had 14. Maybe he just mistyped it. When I was watching Mushishi was in 2007 when I was first getting into fan-subbed anime. And back then, I would watch shows with my brother Victor and I would read him the subtitles off the screen. And we watched the first 14 episodes of Mushishi and he seemed kind of into it, but at the time, he was the type to just be fickle and not finish a show. So I kept asking if he wanted to finish it and he never wanted to, so we never did. Then I eventually bought the first 2 DVDs and I was going to watch the show by buying the DVDs each time they came out, but they were getting harder to find and I was trying to buy the ones with the art cards, like the special edition ones. Could never fucking find the one for Volume 3 and shit, so never ended up collecting all the DVDs. Then, time waned on. Season 2 came out. I watched the first half of Season 2, like I watched Zokusho, and thought that was okay. And then just still haven't gotten around to the rest of the first season. Soul Eater, I got 47 episodes out of 51 because I caught up. At the time, there were 47 episodes. I watched all of them. I don't watch weekly shows. I am damned to fail if I catch up to a show. So I just didn't finish it. Later on, read the whole manga, which goes way past that point in the anime, which the episode I stopped on was right before the anime makes up its own bullshit ending that nobody likes. So as far as I'm concerned, I got out while the getting was good, read the manga, and loved it. So Berserk I have listed as 23 out of 25, which people often bring up as like, what the fuck, why would you stop 2 episodes before the end? I didn't. The way that my anime list used to work is that you could actually list more episodes than the number of episodes that were on my anime list. And so I always tried to have my numbers reflect how many episodes I'd seen in total, as in like rewatched. So I had seen the first 10 episodes of Berserk twice, and then also made it to episode 13 or something like that. So I marked it as 23 episodes watched, and there were other shows that I used to have marked as like 20 out of 13 and stuff like that, where I'd seen the first 7 episodes twice. But then Mal eventually nixed that, and I still have a few shows that are mislisted like that. But Berserk is one where I've actually only seen the first 13 or 15 episodes, and I've just listed a lot more. That's why it seems like I stopped before the last 2. As for why I haven't finished Berserk, I've read the whole manga, and I just didn't get back to trying the anime again after reading the manga. Code Geass R2 is another one where I was watching it while it was airing, doomed to fail. JoJo, I was watching Season 1 while it was airing. That's the one I have on hold, and I thought the first 3 episodes were great, but they were horribly censored, and so I didn't want to finish the show. I didn't want to watch the whole thing until it was all uncensored when the DVDs came out, and so I decided to just put it on hold, and I haven't gotten around to it again, even though I have watched Diamond is Unbreakable, or not Diamond is, I have watched some of that, but I watched all of Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, though I haven't finished Season 2 of Stardust Crusaders, because me and Shade were watching it together, and we never got around to finishing it, and then he ended up watching the rest with his girlfriend, so... and Hellsing Ultimate I have on hold just because I watched the first episode, like, randomly on a whim one time, and just never got around to the rest. I don't think it was over yet at the time. So yeah, these are usually the reasons I have things on hold. It's always a stupid reason. It's never, like something that makes sense. On hold, to me, just means it's been, like... you might notice if you go to my anime list, I have, like, 45 shows that it says I'm watching. I'm not watching any of them. I list them as watching, and then once like 6 to 8 months have passed, I just mark them as on hold if I haven't finished them yet. Unless it's like, I mean, some of them I leave in there because I'm hoping I'll keep watching it, like Legend of the Galactic Heroes, 28 episodes, watching. The last episode I watched was over a year and a half ago. Watching. Everything's on hold on my anime list. Just think of it that way. Do you like Evangelion's kaiju designs? I think they're pretty great. They're very memorable. Not all of them. Some of them totally forgettable, but the stupidest ones are the best. Like the giant fucking cube thing, diamond trapezoid, whatever. How much does knowing Japanese matter in doing research for your videos? I think if I knew Japanese, it would expand my horizons considerably. I think it would make things much easier and give me much more detailed and correct information. So I'd love to learn it. I'm only afraid that if I do learn Japanese, I'll just end up entering a world of Japanese analysis. Like, I feel like that must be what happens. Like, why there's no one bringing us back information, because people who learn Japanese and go to Japan then just become a part of that culture and they don't bring it back. That's my theory, my conspiracy theory. Can you say something about Ichiban Ushido no Daimao? I remember enjoying it. Can you say something about Black Rock Shooter? I remember enjoying it, the OVA, not so much the show, which I only saw the first episode of. Is this current iteration of your YouTube presence the end goal? Do you have an end goal currently? Obviously, it can change. Do you want an anime TV show that airs in America that you host? Do you want to create a news website that employs content creators, like Machinima of anime? Or do you just want what you're doing and maybe do it even better next year? I have no desire to host anything with other people. Like, the beauty of YouTube for me is that I work alone. I'm not signed to any networks. You know, I've gotten offers from all of them. I don't want to work with other people. I don't want anything. Like, the reason I have Devu as my editor is because he also thinks like that and is okay with just having, like me and Devu are kind of the exact same mind with how we work. And, and I feel like if he ever wanted to go off and do his own thing, he's free to do so, but, like, yeah, we kind of walk in lockstep, and I don't really want to involve anybody who's not directly trying to adhere to my vision, for what I want my stuff to be. So, like, as for whether or not my current presence is the end goal, I want to be a lot bigger. I want my channel to grow and grow and grow and be huge, and for me to have more influence on promoting other people. Like, if I was a really big channel, I could help other channels that I think are good to get even bigger, and just having more and more security, both financially and in terms of just knowing my career is on track, I spend money very slowly, so I'd like to keep amassing it so I can, like, have all these things set in place where I can I basically want to turn my life and the lives of my friends into a well-oiled machine and have everyone kind of being able to work well together. And I guess that's what I'd say is my end goal, is getting, like, I don't have a lot of end goals that are just relevant to me. Like, what I'm doing right now is pretty much what I want to do. And, like, the only thing for me is just making better and better videos and making videos that are, like, more and more tailored to my interests and stuff. But in terms of what I want out of life, I want to get my friends to the same place I'm in, essentially. So that would be my end goal. Your thoughts on the death of blogs, forums, and websites in general? You know what I mean, I think, I hope. Vlogging and social media are the future, it seems. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think blogs are ever going to completely die, because not everybody can vlog. Like, to vlog, you need at least somewhat of a decent camera and decent audio, and you have to have a good voice, and you have to be well-spoken, and you have to train yourself to speak well on video. And those are not all things that everyone who can write extremely well about anime can do, some of my favorite bloggers I could not possibly imagine as doing vlogs, you know, and those people are still writing, and there are still great writers out there. And, you know, as long as you've got guys like Film Crit Hulk who are doing like some of the best analytical content on the internet and they're text only, text is not dead. So I think it'll stay around. Forums, I think, are dying, and I hope die. I think Reddit killed forums, honestly. Like, forums were bad, and Reddit is a better version of what they should have been. So I think Reddit will deservedly kill forums. And websites in general, it makes me sad that websites are dying because of the fact that they offered so much specificity and character. Like, a YouTube channel, you have to build within the parameters of what YouTube allows. And it's very convenient. Like, I love that everything I follow is in one convenient feed and I don't have to go check a bunch of websites. But I hate that everyone's website looks the same, that everyone's channel is just the same exact format, and that there's a lot less expressiveness in how one can go about exploring a channel, you know, as compared to a website where you could really make it your own unique animal. Now, granted, I think a lot of people wouldn't do anything with that. You know, like, a lot of YouTubers would not have a like fancy, weird, crazy website because why? You know, it's not their thing. But I do wish there was more of that old, like, weird Wild West, I clicked on a site and what the fuck is this kind of thing. But at the same time, I think that because websites are so dead, now everyone who bothers making a website goes all out with it, so maybe it's actually even better for the formula. Do you think anime will ever change to the TV format of 40 to 50 minutes? In my mind, besides the economic and social marketing problems of anime that lead to otaku bait, that's the single biggest problem anime has as an art form. What do you think of this? Absolutely disagree. I hate 40 to 50 minute episodes. I think they are one of the biggest problems with American TV because it just forces you to cram more fucking filler into an episode. I think having a 22-minute chunk is like a perfect amount of time for an episode to like make a point, and like you have to make a fucking point in that episode and move on. Like, a huge part of why I don't watch like Game of Thrones anymore, and especially not weekly, I think that show's torturous to watch weekly because a 45-minute episode just kind of checks in with each character. It's just like, oh, here's what Tyrion's doing, a whole bunch of fucking nothing. Here's what Dany's doing, literally nothing for seasons on end, but she's in every fucking episode. You know, here's what who the fuck cares? And then maybe at the very end of the episode, someone gets stabbed, and you're like, oh, wow, great episode, because that happened at the very end, even though, like, a lot of the like best episodes or most memorable episodes of Game of Thrones are like 30 minutes of total bullshit and then 15 minutes of exciting things happening at the end. I hate the 40 to 50 minute format. It's too long. I'm always bored by the end. Not a fan. So I hope anime doesn't adopt it. Let's refresh this page. Oh, someone responded to that last guy's thing to talk about Figure 17, which is a 45-minute episodes show. And that one uses the format really oddly. And it's been heavily... A lot of people don't like the show, specifically because the episodes are very long and very boring. Like, it's a lot of it is just scenery and, like, relaxing, slow, fucking methodical paced shit. And, yeah, it's hard to sit through. Like, I like it. I haven't finished it still after fucking 10 years of watching it and only getting 3 or 4 episodes in. But I overall enjoy the show. But it is extremely slow, and it definitely uses the 45 minutes as a way to be as slow as possible. Like they wanted it to be a more methodical experience, and that's why the episodes are longer. Hey, did you get the favorite Pokemon? Yeah, it's Munchlax, I said that earlier. Thoughts on Bokurano as a series and its anime adaptation? I know you dropped the anime, but I was wondering if you still enjoyed the manga/story behind despite the meh adaptation. You've mentioned the series in other reviews, which lead me to believe you read the manga. Yes, I love the Bokurano manga. It's one of my favorite manga. It's been over 5 years since I read it, so I probably can't get into too much detail of why, but it's totally my kind of thing. I guess I'd put it like, this might be a weird description, but it's almost like the dark, fucked up version of Hodo Musko, in terms of, like, being about, like, child psychology and often about, like, just the ways that people interact and play off of each other, and even and being daring enough to talk about sexuality and stuff like that, but it does it in a very twisted and fucked up way, and I love it. I was a huge fan of the manga, and the anime, aside from the fact that I had dropped it initially when it aired before I even knew about the manga, and it looks like shit, and I've always heard that the anime adaptation changes a lot because the director of the anime supposedly did not like the manga, so to me that kind of strikes me as like a slap in the face to the fans of the original. What are some of your favorite albums released this year? Mine would be A Moon-Shaped Pool, Atrocity Exhibition, Splendor and Misery, and Puberty 2. I've never heard of Puberty 2. A Moon-Shaped Pool is alright. Atrocity Exhibition's pretty good. Splendor and Misery is alright. I already mentioned what my favorite was, and I'll probably do a video on it at the end of the year. What's your favorite Samurai Pizza Cats episode? I don't remember any of that show. Have you ever thought of creating a fan Snapchat or Instagram? Yes, right now. Alright. Digibrony after D, all one word. Digibrony after D. That's my Snapchat. Feel free to add me on Snapchat. I barely have anybody on there, so I hardly ever check it. Add me on Snapchat. Digibrony after D. The reason it's named that is because one of my friends made the Snapchat account for me, and he was trying to name me Digibrony After Dark because he thought it would be funny, but it got cut off because there's a character limit, so now I'm stuck with the Snapchat name Digibrony After D. I mean, the name is Digibro on there. I don't know if you can search me by that, though, but the actual username is that. As for my Instagram, I believe I have one that's just named Digibro, but I never fucking post on it. 2 questions. Who is your favorite One Piece character, and who do you think would win in a fight, Ben Saint or the Devu? Edit. Oh, actually, I have a third question. You mentioned that you had been lifting recently. What is your workout routine, if any? Ben Saint would win in a fight, because Ben Saint lifts and Devu doesn't. And Devu's not very strong. Ben strikes me as both strong and vicious. He would definitely win. Ben Saint would also win against me in a fight. I would probably win against Devu in a fight, though, I don't know, I never put myself above anybody in a fight. I never think I could beat anybody, because I have an extremely low threshold for pain and will give up easily. My favorite One Piece character, I'm not sure. Either Luffy or Sanji. Probably Luffy. But I'm only 160 chapters into One Piece. I mean, that's a considerable amount, but I don't know, like, the full arcs of where the characters go past that point. So, as for what I've been doing lifting-wise, me and Ben have been doing a routine where we alternate. We work out every other day, and we alternate between 2 different lifting programs, sort of. On one day, we do squats. God, the words are not even coming. We do squats, overhead press, and rows on one day, and then the other day we do squats. The main, the ones that the bench. We do bench press and deadlifts. So one day is squat, bench, deadlift. One day is squat, overhead press, and rows. And we both hate squats violently, but Ben is amazing at them. I suck at them and I hate them. And Ben forces me to lift heavy on squats. And then everything else is totally fun and awesome. We both love it. Ben does crazy deadlifts. Okay. Hi, Digi. Big fan of your work. I have 2 questions for you. Sorry if that's not allowed. LOL. Number 1, when are you going to finish Log Horizon 2? I'm curious to see what your thoughts on it are and how it holds up in comparison to the first season, especially seeing as so many people don't think it holds up as well. I was also wondering what makes Log Horizon a 10 out of 10 anime for you. You explained its appeal in your analysis/review video, but I was wondering why you hold it so highly and why it isn't an 8 or a 9 out of 10. I mean, it's just a matter of how much stuff is in it. Like, that's why I like it so much. Like, you know, like, a 9 out of 10 show might be something like Ping Pong, you know, where everything in it is great, but there's only so much in it. Like, there's maybe 5 or 6 characters that are pretty cool, and it's, you know, it's well told, it's not well anim. It has moments of amazing animation, moments of extreme hype, and like it's just really well put together, well written show. But it's only 11 episodes, and only so much happens. Whereas Log Horizon, there's just so much to like about it. Like, the way that the world works is super fascinating. There's a lot of really likable characters. There's lots of huge moments. There's so much going on in it, and I love all of it. And it's just like that level. Most of the shows I like are like that. The ones that I consider the 10 out of 10s are where it's not just that there's good stuff in it, but that there's so much good stuff in it that it just kind of overwhelms anything else. So that's why it's a 10 out of 10. As for when I'll finish Log Horizon 2, I don't know. I watched 14 episodes, I think, and it definitely is, the fact that the animation is worse is harsh. You know, it's hard to deal with, but you can put up with it because you like the show. The pacing was definitely hurt by the fact that they spaced out 2 novels and kind of jumbled them together. Not the best idea, but they had less source material to work with in the first season, so it's not surprising that they did that. And just the Akatsuki arc is just not as strong as the other one that's going on. But the big climax that happens in episodes like 11 and 12 was fucking incredible. Or 10 and 11, something like that. There was a huge climactic speech that this guy gives, and I absolutely loved it, and I thought that was as good as like some of the best moments in season 1. But yeah, I was watching it while it was airing, so I didn't finish it. Can you go into a bit more detail on your thoughts on Arya and Mushishi? I know you cited them in your controversial most boring taste in anime video. I actually got your point in that video, by the way, and I kind of agree. But as you said, that video wasn't reflective of your opinions on Arya and Mushishi as a whole. You've given Mushishi's second season a 6, which, while still a positive score, it seems surprisingly low for something like Mushishi. And you have Arya unscored, so I was a bit curious as to see what you think. Second season isn't as... I don't think the second season of Mushishi is as good as the first, from what I've seen. Like, I watched the first 13 episodes. I've seen the first episode a whole ton of times, and I really love it. And yeah, overall, I really like Mushishi. I mean, I've got a bunch of posters for it and shit, if anyone hasn't noticed. I've got a box set over there, albeit with only the first 2 DVDs in it. But I do really like Mushishi. I mean, it's very slow, and it's hard to watch sometimes because it's fucking boring. It is definitely not an easy watch, in my opinion. Like, you have to be ready to be in that mood, and the mood shows like that, I have a real difficulty, and this goes more into Arya even. Like, Iyashikei shows are some of the hardest for me to watch because I am almost never in the mood for a slow, plodding, like, relaxing experience. It's just not really, like I totally appreciate what they're doing, and I think those shows are great, and I think that, like, I watch it and I get it, and on one level I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I see what they're doing here. But on the other level, the way I watch stuff is, like, very immediate, and it's like I tend to marathon shows, which these are not good for marathoning, but then people are always like, oh, you're supposed to watch it once a week, and I'm like, when am I gonna find like a period once per week where this will be appropriate for me, where like this kind of show, like, I get it if you're someone who works, like if you go to work and you come home and you just want to like decompress and watch something, then you throw on an episode of Arya, or it comes on at that time, and you fucking relax and chill out. But I don't have that kind of structured life. You know, like, for me, everything's an unstructured mess, and there is nothing that would put me in that situation to watch a show that way. So that makes those shows really difficult for me to watch. So I tend to score them a little bit, like, for someone who likes those shows, I score them lower than most people who like those shows. I really like all the characters in Arya, and I really love the world. I remember the first season, I'd probably give it like a 7. Like, I remember enjoying it, but, only so far. I watched the first 4 episodes of season 2, and episodes 2 and 4 were like mind-blowingly amazing and are some of my favorite episodes of anime. So eventually I will finish Arya, and I'll probably end up scoring season 2 higher, because just the particulars of the stories of those episodes are like something that appeals to me on a really deep level. So, yeah, I would probably score it highly. What does plebe mean exactly? Who do you think in the pilot episodes was plebe and who was weeb? Well, plebe is short for plebeian, which just kind of means like an uncultured swine, as far as I know. Or just like the proletariat. It's something like that. Look it up, damn it. You got Google. But plebe and weeb is not for me to decide. It's for the audience to decide. Hi, Digi. I think you mentioned it offhand once that you were in the Philippines for about a month, though I could be wrong about the length of the time you were there. Anyways, I was wondering why you were there for so long. I was visiting Ghost Lightning, my sort of mentor and fellow anime blogger, who I am good friends with. And I was a NEET at the time. I just dropped out of college, and my dad was hoping to, like, jog something in me by sending me somewhere, you know, like, and Philippines is super cheap, like, cost of living super low there, so it's pretty easy to stay in the Philippines for a month. And I was like, you know, I get to hang out with an anime guy and try to become a better writer. And ultimately, what came out of it was not what I think my dad was hoping for, or necessarily even what I was hoping for, but I think I learned a lot, and I definitely felt like it was an important trip. And of course, I got to hang out with Ghost Lightning, which was fucking great. Hello, Digi. Can you describe an instance where you initially disliked an anime, but upon rewatch or reading/watching analysis of it, you grew to appreciate or possibly even enjoy it? I don't know if there's any examples of a show I outright disliked that I then enjoyed, but my enjoyment of Kill La Kill was improved dramatically upon having it analyzed. And people have said, like, I've brought this up a lot of the time, and people have been like, well, can you really say it's that good of a show if you have to, like, break it down on all these levels? Or, like, does any of this really add to the show? And it's not that. It's not that the analysis made me, like... It's not that the show suddenly being deep made me like it. It's that I just think I completely misunderstood what the show was going for the first time. Like, I was under the impression that the show was about, like, this sort of, like, Randian objectivism. That Satsuki was promoting this sort of, like, Randian ideal, and that, you know, that was, like, the evil presence in the show. And so when Satsuki suddenly flipped the tables, like, midway through, and it turns out that she has these totally different intentions, and then it introduces this main villain, I completely lost track of what the theme of the show was. Like, I just didn't get it anymore. And if you listen to me and Best Guy Ever, we did this, or I guess I probably called him Nate Bestman in that video, or even Nate Kegsman. Either way, it's early on Digi Does Anime. There's a podcast that me and Nate did, like an hour and a half, and we're discussing Kill La Kill, and both of us were just kind of confused about it, and, like, we both gave it, like, an 8 out of 10, and we were like, yeah, I mean, it's a good show, but, like, what the fuck was it even about, you know? And then it was sort of when I had it explained to me, then it removed my preconception about the show and made me realize that I had just been reading something else into it that it wasn't about. That it was never about that. It has a message, and once I understood the message, I went, oh, okay, now I get it. So, it's not that the show is so magically deep, it's just that what I thought I was getting out of it was not what I was getting out of it. So yeah, that would be the best example. Any plans fulfilling the weeb dream and visiting Japan? If so, when are you going to who are you going to tag along with you? I am game, by the way. There was talk a while back of, I know Victor and his girlfriend Hope were planning to go to Japan. They were, like, saving up for it, but I don't think they ended up going, and they certainly couldn't afford it now. And I was going to try to tag along with them. And that would probably still be the most likely group. Like, most of my friends are pretty cheap and are not really the type to travel. Like, I can't see... Maybe Nate out of the PCP I could most see being like, yeah, let's go to Japan. Or Jesse if everyone else took care of all the fucking planning and stuff. But, like, I couldn't see Ben or Devu, like, you know... Well, maybe Devu if it was framed as, like, in a certain way, like if he didn't think it was going to take him away from business, or if the cost seemed like it was worth it, like a cost benefit analysis or something. But yeah, it would be, I don't know, it would be difficult to get any of those guys compared to Victor, who would just be like, if he had the money, he would just go. And I'd like to go with him anyways. But I don't know. Like, again, I don't have any good plans. Like, I don't have a good reason to go to Japan other than that it's cool. Like, I'd like to have someone or something, like something happening or someone is there who I can go and stay with or something. Or just have other people who are interested, or just be moving there. Hi, have you ever smoked weed? If so, what are your experiences with it? Best albums to listen to while stoned? I only smoked the weed once on Christmas last year, and I was really drunk, and then I got super high, and then I was flipping shit. Because to me, suddenly 1,000 things were happening every second, and my already incredibly loud, scrambled thoughts were just racing everywhere, and I was perceiving time in slow motion, and I was flipping shit. And I'd been downstairs with my friends, and I just like stood up, and I was like, I have to go, and I just bolted up to my room, and like I messaged Cider of the pub crawl, and I said, like, Cider, I'm super duper high. I'm closing out of all social media. Then I closed out of all social media so I wouldn't say anything stupid, potentially. And then I was so afraid to watch anything trippy, because, like, you know, you're supposed to watch trippy stuff when you're high, but I was afraid that it would, like, cause too many thoughts and that it would, like, freak me out. And, like, the fact that I was drunk wasn't helping, so I was just like, oh, God, I don't know what to do. So I just jacked off, like, 8 times and passed out. And my dick hurt the next morning. What kind of girl would you most like to date? Asking for a friend. No, there's a response that says, go to the Procrastinator channel and watch the most recent Digi's Decompression Chamber. Funny he said that, because I don't really say who I'd most like to date in that video. Although I guess I just come across as desperate. But anyways, the girl from fucking, I can't understand what my husband is saying. She's perfect in every way. She's everything I've ever wanted from a date. Do you have any plans for your next musical project? I have a bunch of plans for musical projects. I don't know how many of them are actually going to come to fruition. There's at least 2 that are, like, in the works, but at an early stage, me and Shade will probably put out another album before too very long, just depending on how many beats he makes. Can you describe your experience with visual novels? That is, if you have ever played one. Secondary question, when was the first time you ever masturbated, and how did you find out about it? I have no idea. I don't remember. As for visual novels, I think they're fucking boring. I played through all of Sayo no Uta, and I did enjoy that, because it was only 4 hours long. And it was cool. I have played, like, half of Wankoto Kuraso, which is just porn. Half of Sono Hanabira ni Kujizuke-o, which is just lesbian porn. And I've read, like, 10 minutes of Fate Stay Night, and I just didn't care. I played through the prologue chapter of Katawa Shoujo back when that came out. I don't know. They're so fucking boring. I played like 10 minutes of Higurashi and Umineko. In the case of Higurashi, I just kind of never picked it up again. I actually bought it and only played 10 minutes. And in Umineko's case, the artwork was so fucking ugly that I couldn't stand it. Favorite endings to anything ever. Also, works of art you really, really want to check out. And hottest anime girl. Favorite ending to anything ever is Gozu. That movie right there. Gozu. Best ending of anything ever. Go watch the movie. Don't read anything about the ending. Just watch the movie. It's the best ending I've ever seen. Works of art I really, really, really want to check out. In anime, I want to check out more classic films and World Masterpiece Theater stuff, because I feel like that's where I'm like most lacking in terms of like important shit I haven't seen. There's a million movies I'd like to watch, some more comics, everything. The answer is everything. And hottest anime girl. My go-to has been Haruhi for a long time. I don't know if I'd still pick her. Like, I'd really have to make it I'd have to size up everyone. Like, Haruhi is like the quintessential hot anime girl. So like she's so easy to go to for me. Like she is just kind of perfect. But I don't know if she's the hottest. She's just the easy answer and the one I've been giving for years. I'm looking around to see if I can find a choice. I think her name's Kosaka Reina, that one. The black-haired girl from Hibike Euphonium. Same character designer as Haruhi, equally hot, but she doesn't have as... She's more of like a, character with like subtlety and nuance and stuff. So it's like weirder to think of her just as a hot girl in the way that I would... Not that Haruhi doesn't have any nuance, but Haruhi's a fucking anime character. Whereas Kosaka Reina is like a person almost. God, such a fucking hard question. I'll get back to you someday, but for now we'll say Haruhi. She's my go-to. I didn't really understand what you said about idols in the Weebcast, where there were 10 male idol anime. So would you say your view is along the lines of idols are supposed to act like anime characters, so if they're already anime characters, there's no reason for them to be idols, or is that off? I don't remember what I said in the Weebcast, but idols are just weird to me because, yeah, like, idols they're a fake reality. Like, idols do not have, in reality, the personalities that they have on stage. That's a character they're putting on. And with anime, they just are that character. Like, as opposed to being a real person who's putting on this facade, it's just the facade. And to me, that is somehow so blatant that it's like it like fucks with my mind, like that I'm looking at these characters and they're basically just acting like idol personas at all times, and I find that really disturbing for some reason. I don't know, idols fucking weird me out. What's the bounty on the next episode of Digi's Crib? I kind of did the rearranging the Ota Cave as like the closest thing to a Digi's Crib I could do, just because I tried. It took a fucking eternity. There's like a 4.5 hour drunken Digi's Crib recording in the unreleased videos archive, which was just where like I was trying to do it, but it was such a hassle to get through that I just gave up because it was 4.5 hours. I didn't even make it halfway through my room. So I guess the answer is never, and it keeps getting rearranged and I keep changing shit. So it's too much of a pain in the ass. Do you wipe your ass while standing? Yes. Top or bottom? Top? Would you ever consider releasing your Tales of Symphonia erotic fanfiction? I've searched extensively for it, and it evades me to this day. Well, the one that was like the main erotic fanfiction I did doesn't exist anymore, is the sad thing. Is that fanfiction.net deleted it because it was a sex fic, and all of them got purged at some point in the past. And the hard drive that had all the original files died. So there is no trace of it out there. There's only my vague memories of what happened in each chapter. Not that there was much more than that, because each one was less than a page long. Like, to me, like, one page equaled one chapter, like one Google Docs page. So yeah, they were all short as fuck. But there's the Meltokyo Slums, which is still up and is, I wouldn't say it's an erotic fanfic because it's mostly just lots and lots of rape, but it's still out there. Thoughts on Futanari and other alternative fetishes, but mostly Futa. They're cool. Futas are cool. I like Star Jewel a lot. Have you ever done / put out a top 100 video game list? I personally do a bunch of top lists at the end of every year, and it was pretty cool to find out that you also like to make rankings and lists. I know you've done 100 favorite albums, and you've said Dark Souls is your favorite, and also that you rarely finish video games in the past. I don't know how accurate this is now. Still very accurate. Still, I mean, I guess I finish, the ratio of games I play to games I finish is much like much more balanced, but I just don't play a lot of games. So let's see. I could definitely not make a top 100 games because it's not 100 games I care about. Here's my list of favorite games. According to the latest update of my games I've played document that I have. Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Mass Effect 2, Super Meat Boy, Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2, Super Smash Bros., just all of them, Terra Online, The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap, The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker, Mass Effect, Doom, as in the new Doom, for the Doom 4, Super Metroid, Chantilly's, Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax, Mario Power Tennis, Pokemon Y, although I would probably replace that with Pokemon Sun now, or just tie them. Skullgirls, Axiom Verge, and House of the Dead Overkill. 22 games, those are my favorites. I don't have any more listed beyond that. If you had to replace one of the Neon Genesis Evangelion pilots, original 3 only, with Kermit the Frog, who would it be and why? It would be an animated Kermit who sounds just like Kermit, has Kermit's mannerisms, and looks at the camera just as much as Kermit. But he would say all of the original lines and perform the same general story actions. Edit, this includes all of the events of End of Evangelion. Obviously Shinji. Shinji's basically Kermit the Frog already. It would be the exact same show. What anime studios do you think have a defined identity other than Gainax, Trigger, and Kyoto Animation? Madhouse more than people give it credit for. I think not everything Madhouse does falls into an identity, but there is a very clear line, like a through line through a lot of their work that you can fucking tell it's Madhouse. Bones has a pretty clear identity when it comes to their action stuff, which is most of what they do. Production IG used to have a very clear identity. They still kind of do. I would say that there's now like two different sides to Production IG. There's like the side that's still trying to do like sci-fi dystopian shit and be like an adult drama kind of place. And then there's the other side that's like all about shonen and shoujo adaptations now. But they still kind of take the same attitude to both, which is just extremely high quality of animation and presentation. Gonzo had a very clear identity, but they're dead, practically. Every studio on some level has an identity. Like, I think all of them have certain things that they're prone to do. Like, JC Staff had this long period of, like, just kind of being prone to do these, like, the certain type of, like, when they did, like, Shakugan no Shana and Zero no Tsukaima, and it was, like, a lot of shows like that, you know. Shaft obviously has a massive identity. Everyone knows a Shaft show by sight. So, yeah, like, on some level, all of them have an identity. Studio Dean keeps a show going forever. Think of more studios. You get the point. Do you think you'll ever get into what's classed as the fine or academic elements of analysis and literature alongside what you do now, e.g. watching art house films as well as anime, reading philosophy as well as blogs, going to museums as well as reading comics? Sorry if I make it seem like one side is superior to the other. I think you'd enjoy both. I'm not into the fine arts. I mean, to me, it's all just like, I don't think it's all that different. Like, I think it's pretty much just the same shit, just marketed different. It's kind of like, here, let me tell you about something that infuriates me, but is interesting. Okay, so there's this company called Vertical who licenses manga and light novels in the U.S., and they're all about presenting things in this very, like, fine art kind of way. Like, they try to license all these, like, these really major properties. They do lots of, like, Osamu Tezuka stuff and, like, lots of classic manga. And lately they've been branching out a little bit more. All right. First, let me show you a Nishio Oisin novel that was released in the late 2000s by Del Rey Publishing. This is Zaregoto Book 2. It just looks like an anime book, you know? You get it. You know exactly what you're getting into here. And this is what it looked like in Japan. It's an Nishio Oisin book. Nisio Isin is a very hyped writer because he's weird and distinct, but he's not like a classy writer. He writes trashy otaku comedies that are fucking way up their own ass and experimental for the sake of itself and stupid. Here's how Vertical presents a Nisio Isin book. This is Kizumonogatari. Look at the, like, around the edge white banner. It's got an odd size to it. It's just very classy. It's also more expensive. This book was $9.99. This book is $15, which is not too bad for a book. It's fairly sizable, but they're gonna re-release Zaregoto, and I've seen the covers, and it's more like this because Vertical are all about image. They're all about selling you this idea that these things are like they're of a higher quality. Here's a manga called In Clothes Called Fat by Moyoko Ano. Let me read to you this back description here. Ahem. Originally serialized in a major weekly news magazine for adult women, Shukan Josei, the first of its kind to be launched in Japan, this early gem from graphic novel megastar Moyoko Ano may be her most searing work to be published in English yet, closer in spirit to some of the best stateside indie comics, ironically, given its mainstream pedigree, than to most translated manga. In Clothes Called Fat is an indispensable addition to your growing library of sequential art for mature readers. Comparable to the best stateside indie comics, sequential art for mature readers. They're all about pushing this image that, like, this isn't manga. This is not just manga. This is sequential art for mature readers, comparable to the best indie comics, not manga. That trashy shit. This is a $17 book, by the way. And it's good, but it's not that fucking good. It's not better than, you know, the other manga that are on my shelf. And so I think postmodern art and stuff like that is cool. I think when you see a piece of art in a museum, I always just think, well, that could have just as easily been a 4chan image macro. And I don't think it means much different. They both have the same kind of, you know, everyone's just making art. It's all kind of the same. I don't really care about where it is. You know, when you say art house films as well as anime, a lot of anime is art house, and art house films aren't that interesting. Like, I mean, I've seen art house films that are as good as non-art house films. I've never seen one that's inherently better because it's art house. I just don't get, like, the division lines to me are weird. I don't think philosophy... Now, granted, I haven't read a whole lot of philosophy text, so I could be wrong about this. Don't take... Just, you know, take this with a grain of salt. But, like, I don't see what the difference is in learning philosophy by, like, reading a philosophy book versus... like reading a comic that regurgitates all of those philosophies in a story, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get more into those things, but I just don't see them as like a hugely different world in the way that they're treated by some. Are you still thinking about getting deep into comics and making videos about them, or will you wait until you've read enough to have that I've read everything feel that you portray in your anime videos? Pretty much that. There's a chance I'll talk about some comics, like especially if like ones that I'm reading end and I have something to say about them. Like so far, none of the comics I've read do I feel like I could talk about because it's all so new to me. Like the Sandman. There's surely a million things to analyze about the Sandman, but right now I'm just kind of blown away by it all, and I'm just like, yeah, it's all good. Like, obviously. I guess the problem is I don't know what is not being said in the comics community. Like, I don't write videos that I think everyone is already talking about. Like, I don't... If I'm going to talk about an anime, I want to say something new. I want to say something I don't think is being said. And if I were to, like, get way into comics and then read, like, all these analysis and all these opinions and then suddenly realize, oh... no one else was actually saying this about the Sandman, then I'd be like, all right, I guess I have to write about comics, you know. But I don't have that kind of advantage here. Context, because when you said you would try to read more, I thought, Digibro definitely made me think more about anime, for better or for worse. If he can get me to think more about another medium, that'd be swell. Now, I'm deep in, and I want your opinion on things, since I've had trouble finding good comics analysis places. I know there's one good comic analysis channel on YouTube called Strip Panel Naked, which does, like, art analysis of comics in a similar vein to something like even the Sakuga blog. Like, it's very, like, in-depth breakdown of the way the art works in comics, edited sort of like somewhere between Captain Christian and Nerdwriter, like that kind of editing style and general length of video. Actually, I'd compare it to Game Maker's Toolkit, but for comics. That's basically what it is, if any of you know that channel. But yeah, I'm not deep enough into it myself yet. Alright, criticisms often made about you that you think are just plain wrong or misinformed, and more interestingly, criticisms often made about you that you think have a point. The criticisms that have the most point is that I get things wrong sometimes, and I don't necessarily vet everything I talk about, and I am perhaps over-eager to exert my influence over the community. Like, I make a lot of videos that are basically intended to try to steer the cultural conversation in a direction I want it to go. And some people aren't comfortable with that, but I kind of see it as... It's hard for me to view it as a problem when I see the status quo as a problem. Like, I see the way people are talking about things as a problem, so I want to guide it in a new direction, whether it's all agreeing with me or not. Some people just have a problem with the fact that there's people out there who will parrot my opinions and, like, you know, just seem to believe whatever I say. I think it would be healthy if there were more people, you know, spreading more opinions around, and I wasn't, you know, like the biggest guy doing analytical YouTube videos. So maybe there needs to be more criticism of me out there, more, like, valid criticism. Now, as for the wrong and misinformed stuff, that's the unfortunate part, is that most of the criticism I get is from people who don't really watch my videos. It's people who have heard things about me and are basing their criticism off of that, or don't care about what I have to say and are basing their criticisms off of, like, the vague knowledge of a few things I've said, or they're just making large leaps in logic. Like, if you haven't heard me analyze K-On! And you hear my favorite show is K-On!, then you're probably going to assume that I just like cute moe girls and pretty colors or whatever, you know. Whereas if you listen to my video on K-On!, it's pretty clear that those aren't the reasons I like the show, and if you listen to me talk about other shows with those characteristics, you quickly realize I don't like most of them. So yeah, like, that's the kind of misconceptions that kind of happen. So I wish more of my critics actually came from a place of understanding my videos and stuff. What aspect of otaku culture that you most dislike? Perhaps it's really hard for me to say. I can't think of something about otaku culture that really bothers me. There's things about anime fan culture that bother me. The biggest one just being, like, ignorance to the past and a lack of, like, cultural curiosity sometimes, where there's too many people who just, like, watch a few anime and then want to talk about it like they really know anime. And I really wish more people appreciated how much knowledge is out there, and how, like, if you've only seen 10 shows, talk about those shows and don't try to talk about all of anime, you know, because you haven't seen it. And, like, it bothers me to no end when people try to talk about the medium who haven't consumed the medium. When people try to say, like, wow, Madoka Magica is such a subversive deconstruction of magical girl shows, and they've literally never watched a magical girl show, you know? And then if they did, they suddenly realized that Madoka never did anything that unique. So, yeah, like, that kind of stuff bothers me a lot, but I don't really think I don't know if that's endemic of otaku culture so much as just fan culture. I don't know, you'd have to define otaku culture, really. Like, I'm trying to figure out how hardcore of people are you talking about, but, I guess that's my biggest problem, is a sense of blindness towards the history and the and just knowing more about what you're talking about via experience. And I mean, I'm not saying everyone has to watch every anime in the whole world before they can talk about anything. I'm just saying that narrow your scope. If you've only seen Madoka, talk about Madoka, not how Madoka affects magical girl shows on the whole. You know, that's the kind of stuff that bothers me. Anyway, that's it for this section. I'm gonna go fucking pass out, probably, for a bit. Okay, given that we're probably like 4 hours into this big fucking ridiculous 50k sub party, and probably only the most hardcore of the hardcore are still around, I'm gonna show you my perverted anime poster corner. Now you're gonna see some lewd pictures and possibly even some flashes of cartoon nipples. So if you're at work, don't watch this part of the segment. Skip to the next Q&A. Hopefully, everyone's mature enough that no one will freak out about the fact that you're going to see a little bit, just a little bit, of cartoon nudity. But I'm going to show you how I arranged this. So, I talked about in my All Posters Explained video, probably, and maybe even rearranging the Ota Cave, that I deliberately put all my posters into different sections so that each area would have its own sort of theme. And I wanted the area around my bed to be like the pervert corner. And like that this would be like a place to talk about fan service shows and stuff like that. You've probably seen all these posters before, but going over here into the corner, if you're sitting over here on the bed, you would see these little racier posters. So on the ceiling, we've got ones that are more like outright nude. I have no idea who these characters are. They're all from like these are all posters that Don-san had given me at some point from like older magazines of like the late 2000s, except for these ones. These are more recent, Saki and Strike Witches and stuff. But then you get down, and basically anywhere that they're more hidden is where I have the actual like the ones that are more nude. We've got this little secret area where you've got some slightly more provocative posters, and then down there some even more, yeah, I can't even see this shit, some even more provocative posters down there. So just, yeah, there are some actual titty posters around, but I've always avoided showing them just because of YouTube's rules. But yeah, just thought I'd share a fun little element of the posters that's never been shown before. Really need to fill in that space there. Yeah. Oh, I almost forgot again. I forgot to show this during the All Posters Explained video, and some people were asking about it, but this is the bed sheet over me. It's Chihiro from F, The Latter Tale, but it's a full bed sheet of Chihiro from F. She's, like, touching herself, I guess, but it's, like, weirdly, like it's not, like, her hand should probably be up here. I don't know why it's all the way down there. It's weird. But I bought this at Otakon, like in 2009 probably, when I was way into F, A Tale of Memories. Alrighty, let's keep this Q&A gravy train a-rolling. Any advice with the female race, or just meeting people in general? Don't want to pull a Raj. The females are not a race, it's the human race. I have no advice because I have no idea myself. Good luck with that, though. What is your ideal pizza, or alternatively sandwich? I usually just eat pepperoni pizza. I think it's just the best and most natural form of pizza. I think with artisan pizzas and stuff, you can get stuff that's a little bit more... You can get weird combinations of shit that somehow work. But with normal pizza, I feel like other toppings just kind of feel disconnected from the pizza itself, whereas pepperoni somehow just works right with it. And certainly anytime I go to a new place, I will always get the pepperoni so I can compare it to, like, you know, how it is other places. And it's like my baseline, like how I judge a pizza's quality is by how good the pepperoni is. What's your biggest fear for the future in a broader geopolitical kind of way? Anything making my life more difficult, or making it harder to have my lifestyle, or do my job. I don't know any specifics really of what I would say. What are your opinions on competition, whether in video games, YouTube, real life, or otherwise? Are you competitive by nature? What experiences with competitive multiplayer games, whether online or otherwise, have you played, and what are/were your thoughts on them? I'm not really that competitive. I like to win, and I like to be good at stuff, but I rarely am, and I've never gotten into something enough to be, like, competitive level at it, whereas I have friends who are. So, like, when it comes to fighting games, I'm not gonna win, and I don't take it very hard when I lose. I'm not the type to get frustrated at losing. I kind of just expect it. I just don't. The only things I'm competitive about are things that I think I'm good at, So, like, I guess I'm competitive as a YouTuber, but not really in the sense of, like, wanting to prove something like, oh, my sub count's bigger than your sub count. Like, it's more just... like when I see someone who I think is a better writer than me, then I feel competitive with them, in the sense of needing to better myself, not so much to beat them. So I guess I'm not competitive at all. Will you ever do some more cool skits like the one you did with Shade in the Aria of Sorrow review? I thought that skit was fucking terrible, so probably not. The idea of that, it was inspired by Hey Ash, Whatcha Playin', which is a, like, sort of goofy series of gaming videos, and I just watched a whole bunch of it, and I was like, what if I did something that's, like, kind of like a review of a game, but it's just, like, a condensed little funny skit. And then, because at the time, a 10-minute YouTube video seemed like a lot. The long YouTube trends that are now a thing were not a thing at the time. So I had this idiotic idea of putting this short video at the start of the video and then having the long review afterwards, thinking people can just watch the short version or the long version. But if you put them all in the same video, then it's still a 10-minute video that no one's going to click on. So it's a totally wrong-headed idea, and I just think that skit is awful. How would you solve ISIS? I have no idea. I'm not a politician for that reason. You think you could zip up your recommendations folder featured in the video, a community based around recommendations, and upload it somewhere to share? The reason I haven't is because I've drawn on all of them. I took every chart I have, I've made, like, marks all over it for, like, which shows I've watched or dropped or have on hold and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I didn't save original copies of any of them, so I just have my edited versions. That's why I haven't released them. How did your opinions and analytical skills evolve after you first began blogging? I mean, massively. I mean, all the time they were evolving. It would be way too much to get into all of it. But the biggest things is learning how to cut out all the bullshit from my writing, to streamline it, to be less crass and less, like, in your face about things, and just kind of fucking embrace the audience more and not make it so much about myself. So I'd say those are the biggest things that changed. Do you plan on learning a musical instrument? Probably not. I would love to. I wrote a whole song like 5 years ago about how I can't play guitar, because for years I wanted to, but, like, I just don't have the patience for it at all, and I find it just, like, cumbersome and painful to try to play any kind of chords. So I just kind of gave up a long time ago, and, I'm much more into making music out of things that you're not meant to. Like, if you listen to any of the beats I make and any of my weird-ass music, most of it is made from, like, out there sounds. I might make a beat out of, like, crushing a can, or just singing, like, a repetitive phrase, or closing a window, or just, like, beating my fists on stuff. Like, anything that I can make noise with and then edit that noise, as opposed to having to actually perform an instrument. How hyped are you for Steins Gate Zero? Not at all, really. I don't know anything about it. I'm never one to, like, I don't understand getting hyped for sequels, because, like, they're so often shit that I don't, like, see why I would get excited unless I knew it was going to be great. Like, unless I knew exactly who was working on it and what they were trying to do with it. Like, Steins Gate to me felt like an open and shut story. Like, I still haven't seen the movie or the OVAs or anything like that, so I don't know. What about the first episode of The Devil is a Part-Timer turned you off so much that you dropped it immediately? / how would you be willing to pick it back up? Nothing turned me off. I liked the first episode a lot. I thought it was pretty solid. it wasn't like so amazing that I felt the need to continue, but I watched it when it first came out, and then I didn't watch the rest of the show, and then all of my friends who watched it told me that it turned disappointing, that like it got more serious in the second half and wasn't as entertaining, and pretty much I got the impression it wasn't worth finishing, so I just marked it as dropped as opposed to on hold, but doesn't mean I won't probably eventually watch it anyways, especially if it makes it onto the second chances board. Alright. We're nearing the end of this. There's almost not any new questions, and I'll just close this thread when I'm done. When are you going to learn Japanese? Jeez. I don't know. Eventually, I hope. It's not fun to learn, so it's difficult. Are you planning on doing any more Diary of an Anime Lived type things? Heavily personal memoirs vaguely related to anime. Also, have you seen seasons 2 and 3 of BoJack Horseman yet? I have not. I don't know. I don't think I'll do any that are in the style of Diary of an Anime Lived, because that stuff, like, the problem I have with those posts is that, yeah, they really are, like, just memoirs that are vaguely related to anime. Like, it was more me wanting to get those things off of my chest, and, like, the fact that I could relate to the anime helped, but I don't feel like they said a lot about the anime themselves, other than that I related to them. I much prefer stuff like the Great Scenes in Anime Shirobako video, which is basically the same kind of thing. I'm, like, mostly talking about my own experiences and how they relate to a show, but I made it more about the show. And I think that's a more, like, healthy and comfortable way to do those kinds of videos, as opposed to stuff that's just about me. Does the anime community have an elitism problem? Yes, absolutely. I think every nerd community has an elitism problem. Yeah, that's just a general thing that happens. Wait, this question already came up earlier. It's the McDee's Party from Hell guy. He just left the same comment again. I wonder why. Alright, let's see. Is there anything new? Looks like that might be it. I'm going to look at some of the responses people left to other comments. Alright, going down through, here's some follow-ups. Someone, in response to the how would you describe your political views, someone said, Digibro, what are your thoughts on why content creators inevitably get this question? And is that something you're ever curious about too? Personally, I'm not. Not really. I don't really care about anybody's political views unless, like, they actually... like, politics are completely uninteresting to me. I think it's all just a load of fucking bullshit, and I don't care about any of it. So, totally uninterested. Not to say that I won't listen to people talk about it, but, yeah, I don't really care. Someone asked, with regards to that time in 2012 when I wasn't watching anime, he said, I would like to know if there are any shows that he still wants to watch from this leave of absence besides Sasami-san and Aku no Hana. Yeah, plenty. Anything I didn't finish in 2012 or 2013 I want to get to. I mean, I've watched a lot of them in the time since. I've caught up on a bunch of shows, so as particularly 2013 I've mostly caught up on. 2012 there's still some stuff missing, but yeah, I've gotten through a considerable amount of it, and I'd like to eventually watch every anime that I have any interest in. So, one day. One last question, bonus question. What is your opinion on anime porn? Will it ever be mainstream? I think it is mainstream. I think anime porn is actually... I think there's probably more people who watch anime porn than watch anime on some level. Because if you go through porn sites, like, hentai and stuff is always on there. Like, anime clips are all over the place. And I know tons of people who have seen this or that show. I know a lot of people who know more names of anime porn than I do, because I just watch whatever. There's a lot of people who seem to, like, know certain shows. So I actually think that it is pretty mainstream as it is. And I've never known an anime fan who outright doesn't watch any anime porn and is being honest about it. I will do one last reload. Yeah, it looks like that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and close this thread here. Not even really sure how to do that. Oh, here we go. Lock. Yep, alright, it's locked. Alright, everybody, that's it for the big fucking 50,000 subscriber special on Digibro After Dark. I hope you all enjoyed it and had a good time. I'm gonna spend the next 5 fucking years editing it. And, thanks again for watching. I'll see you in the next one.